Okay, you should be all set.
All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the October 20th, 2021 Town of Newcastle Work Session. If I can get a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And before we begin, I see we have a bunch of high school students. I don't know if you call it a gaggle of high school students, but welcome, and you'll enjoy this work session. Actually, we are talking about a couple interesting things that are very pertinent in town. So welcome, and we're glad you can join us.
Are they from a particular class?
What class is it? It's a life? What
In the life school.
life school? Great, super. Well, thank you very much for joining us. And when you're done, you can come up here and we'll sit down there. All right, Jill, can I kick it over to you?
Sure. This evening, we have an introduction from NYSERDA, and Mike Dewan is here. I spied Sabrina online a short time ago, but this is the Stretch Energy Code that was introduced to the board after last session. Mike is going to take and walk us through the proposed legislation and answer some questions for the board, if there is any, based upon other communities that have adopted the code already. Mike, can I turn it over to you?
Sure. And good evening, everybody. I'm honored to be here and also honored to have the students with us. Is it a specific class that's attending? Like
Social
a
justice.
history class or
Social justice.
social justice? Excellent. Excellent. No better way to assure that people have equal housing than with the building energy code. It's also the most cost-effective way to levelize the cost of energy across many communities. Anyway, long story short, we're here to talk about the New York Stretch Energy Code tonight. And I suggest that we hold questions to the end. If you just would jot them down, and we'll get to them at the end. We're getting a pretty late start here, so we don't get sidetracked. We'll do the questioning at the end, and I've got this set up, and if we need or want to go back to a slide, we can. So Article 11 of the New York State Energy Law, which was put into effect back in the late 70s, enables communities to adopt a more stringent energy code without generally going through all the steps that communities would have to go through for adopting a more stringent building code or residential code. So it's been enabled for decades now that communities can do this. And because a number of communities, particularly in the Hudson Valley and Long Island, adopted stretch codes, most of them were based on the Energy Star for Homes program. But they made a lot of different modifications, and they were all over the map. So to try to make this more consistent and more palatable for the statewide code body, the New York State Department of State, NYSERDA has written this New York Stretch Energy Code, which is an overlay, and this is important, of the 2018 International Energy Code, which is adopted for the Energy Code of New York State's 2020 version. So a lot of good advantages to that overlay, in that ultimately there will be a single code book for use by code jurisdictions and code officials, and make it much easier for enforcement and compliance. Right now, temporarily, we have a separate statute that's written by NYSERDA to be referenced, but that version of the base code book, the single code book containing the 2020 International, I should say, Energy Conservation Code and the New York Stretch, will be available soon. Most importantly, this only is a combination of little tweaks in the measures required by the code to get us to 10, 11% more efficient than the current base energy code. And just essentially integrates best practices and state of the shelf rather than state of the art insulation and equipment and other practices. So there, and it, because it's an overlay of the base code, jurisdictions don't have to do anything different to adopt it and to enforce it. It's based on the base energy code. A lot of different benefits that we could talk about briefly, but it is, and the reason Newcastle is looking at it is because it is part of the Clean Energy Communities Action Grant set, and it enables you to get 1,200 points towards other clean energy community incentives for projects in the municipality as well, and as well as those additional funds enables the community to receive $5,000 just for adopting it, as long as it's adopted in total by the end of this year. Again, energy benefits are just a slight tweak over the base energy code, about 11%. It's about a 1 or 2% incremental cost increase with paybacks around 10 years, some less than, some as much as 11 years, but that's simple paybacks, which we'll talk about as well. It has better greenhouse gas reductions. It will meet our statewide Climate Act, which we're all going to be seeing a bunch of rules for very soon. The residential requirements are near net zero, which, as we know, is the target for 2030 in New York State. And it also helps ensure that the benefits, the energy savings, the greenhouse gas reductions are verifiable, addressing what generally accounts for about 40% of our energy use on average nationwide, that use buildings. A lot of other non-energy benefits as well. Of course, it saves tenants and building owners and homeowners energy and money, and that money always winds up back in the community, either through the spending on the slight increases or the increases for the base code back when it was first adopted, but gets reinvested one way or the other in the community. Lots of climate and community benefits, including workforce development. We know that the state and NYSERDA particularly are heavily invested in workforce development around clean energy. And it's a very growing area of our economy, especially in eastern New York State, from Long Island all the way up to the North Country, where I serve as a circuit rider for the New York Stretch program. There's a lot of new economic development going on around green development and green workforce expansion, and all of the other benefits you see listed here. One of the most important ones in my mind's eye are the improved health benefits through better ventilation and what have you, and of course resident comfort and satisfaction as well. There's also the opportunity to use third parties for a great deal of the code work. The town of Bedford, for example, is using HERS raters for all their residential new construction and substantial renovations and additions. And they do all of the plan review and site inspections, and the code official, of course, oversees all of that, but it reduces their efforts significantly. So we're always asked about the cost benefit, the cost impacts. For commercial construction statewide, for a group of 9 different building types in all the climate zones, on average, we see simple payback of about 10 years and an incremental cost of about $1 a square foot. And it must be noted that that savings is without taking advantage of any utility incentives for many of those requirements in the New York Stretch Code, which further reduces the first cost and decreases the payback period. Climate by climate zone, in the climate zone there, in Newcastle, the incremental first costs of commercial constructions of under $1 a square foot. Again, that simple payback of about 11 years, and you know, covering a great deal of the construction in that area. On the residential side, we see similar numbers, although in single-family construction with a total incremental cost of about $2,000, a little over. The simple payback is 5 years. Multifamily is around $1,500 with just under 10 years simple payback. Again, you know, based on the most restrictive compliance methodology allowed in the energy codes. And also, you know, can be shown here, you know, the costs, typical costs just in that climate zone 4 where Newcastle is located. And again, there's all sorts of incentive programs and services, particularly on the commercial side for developers, but also on the residential side. And you know, we have had some communities ask, well, if this is roughly, the New York Stretch is roughly equivalent to the code that will be adopted in 2023 or 24, well, why don't we just wait? Well, the difference is that now we get to jump on that upcoming code change, get the market ready for it with incentives available for many of those new requirements, which you won't be able to do in 2023 or 4. A couple of different things. The compliance paths are all the same in the New York Stretch Code, except for the addition of the passive house path, which is a better than code program, which is very popular on Long Island and in the New York City area. You know, there's a fair number of those buildings being built, and the customer demand for them is pretty high. The New York Stretch Code uses the energy rating index for that approach, and it's also used in a straight ERI path of 50, which is better than by 12 the base energy code of New York. Most importantly, and Tom and I were just talking about this, 2 of the most useful tools for code officials for energy code enforcement and for designers and builders in compliance with the energy code are the U.S. Department of Energy check softwares, ComCheck for commercial buildings, ResCheck for residential homes. Here you can see the ComCheck software opened up and that there is a version that's already up and running on the web version of this software. It's the only place where the newest codes for New York and the New York Stretch will be available. But those are available right now. And they're a great tool allowing for code officials to ask for these various compliance certificates that have all the data needed for code enforcement, plan review, and also including site inspection checklists. So a great tool. And includes all of these different pieces. The changes are pretty spread over a number of incremental changes. There's some window performance improvements, a little bit of insulation improvements, lighting and electrical, which is a slam dunk because that is very heavily incentivized by the utilities and Con Edison. Mechanical improvements, mostly to controls, many of which are already being used. There is some renewable and electric vehicle charging readiness. Doesn't require photovoltaics or doesn't require electric vehicle charging stations, but it does make in the design consideration space for those expansions if the building owner wants to go that way, which reduces the front end cost for going to solar, photovoltaics or other renewables and electric vehicle charging. A number of buildings that meet the code in that area, one here in Hudson, another one that was just helping our Western New York circuit rider with in Canandaigua, New York, and then Zero Place in New Paltz, all of which met the New York stretch code. Lots of communities adopting this. I have not updated recently, but there's several dozen communities, many of which are downstate, and I don't hear much about the communities in the central and western part of the state, simply because I'm just too busy working with communities in Westchester County and the Hudson Valley, excuse me, in the capital region. So most importantly are the resources available. They're all located on this website here. They include an adoption guide and a model local law that your municipal council can use as the base to write up the code that they will be adopting. There's training and technical support, which starts with me. I'm available, my time is your time from this point on, to be supportive to whomever or whatever. There's training available now for the New York stretch code and other technical support. There's the code enforcement tools and checklists that are being developed. The single volume code manual, which will be available soon. Again, I don't know exactly when. I haven't heard that lately. There have been a couple little last minute changes by the Department of State or for Department of State. And the res check, com check tools, the hotline and interpretation assistance. Again, all available here at the website. I think I'm going to save these and see what questions you folks have. But for now, this is my contact information. The Clean Energy Communities coordinator, Eleanor Peck at Hudson Valley Regional Council. And now I'd like to open it up for any questions you folks may have. And you'll have to speak fairly clearly. For some reason, the sound coming through from that end is a bit muffled. Like there's no trouble on it.
I'll start by saying, without speaking for everyone, I do believe that the town board now and in the past historically has demonstrated support for forward-thinking environmental policies. So I would be shocked if there wasn't support here. So we're certainly grateful that you shared this presentation with us. I generally don't have many.
Recording in progress.
Uh-oh.
Oops.
I don't even know who's speaking right now, but they got you on audio this time.
That's all right. I think it's someone out back there. I'm not. You can't read. I'm like, what what do I call it, puppeteer. So yeah, I think that the town board is in support. I'm Jeremy Saland, the acting supervisor, but I think the town board is in support of these policies. But I'll certainly let everyone speak for themselves.
That's great.
So this is Lori Morton, town board member. I had two questions. One was around supply chain for the materials that would be required by the stretch code and how that might compare to what is currently in the code, just in terms of difficulty for a project to move forward based on supply, particularly given global supply chain issues for building materials, and whether there's a difference between the more energy efficient choices and the less energy efficient choices.
No, and generally speaking, what I've heard is that there hasn't been much of a change. There's been, of course, an incremental across the board change in overall price, but again, it's all relative. But generally speaking, we're talking about, like more insulation. And there hasn't, that I've heard, been any issues with supply chain in that area. Again, we're only talking about 10%, and that's accrued over a number of different little changes. So, for example, I was working with a roofing contractor who was part of the meetings in Bedford, and that contractor was all concerned that, the New York stretch code would price him out of competition for replacing roofs, and the insulation, which is usually on flat commercial roofs up on the deck underneath the roofing material. And when the roofing material is replaced, the insulation either has to be added based on the basic energy code and building code. And when we looked at it, if they had to replace the insulation with the roof, which is usually the case because it's usually been damaged, or it's damaged in removal, the base energy code requires an R30 insulation, and the New York stretch only requires an additional R3, which is less than a half an inch in insulation. And after all his stewing and hemming and hawing, the roofer said to me, "Oh, that won't even change my estimates that little bit." So, it's kind of like that. Windows, replacement windows. A lot of homeowners replace windows. I just did mine recently, and the basic kind of middle grade to standard grade window had the same insulation value as the New York stretch code. It was better than the basic energy code, and that's true for windows. Lighting and lighting controls are a giveaway and slam dunk from the utilities, because utilities are very heavily invested in incentivizing lighting changes and HVAC changes, heating, ventilating, and air conditioning on the commercial side. So the supply chain issues have not been an issue that we've heard or seen yet for the New York stretch, and certainly not any more so than building in general to the existing energy code, because it's all the same stuff.
Got it. That's helpful. So you had mentioned that there were incentive programs available for both commercial and residential building under the stretch code. How do property owners connect to those incentives?
Yeah, that's way out of our purview, but I've been involved with that as a consultant in the past for many years. And Con Edison has a terrific marketing group, and they have consultants, they're people who will work with whoever it happens to be, whether it's a residential owner. A lot of times that's just a straight application. But on the commercial side that's more involved, for developers and larger building remodelers and developers. They have agents, customer service agents that will work with them to design custom incentive packages based on what they want to do. So it's a matter of talking to the Con Edison, I'm sorry, I work in Illinois too, so there's a Con Edison there. Representatives to put together a package. So they're out there and they're active because they have goals set for them, not only under the Clean Air Act, but longstanding goals set by the Public Service Commission. And they change quite often. So, and generally they're changing to the better. NYSERDA used to be the agency that did most of the incentives for energy efficiency. That's all shifting over to the utilities now. So they're adding more and more incentives. You really have to talk with their representatives to track it. They can even change mid-project, but once you get a package put together, they're locked in.
So, are there different flavors of the code that different towns are adopting in terms of optional elements?
There have been some additional, more stringent elements added. There's some problems with that. When the town goes to do this adoption, you can use that model code language to base your changes or code adoption on. And then you have two simple filings that have to be done. One with the New York State Department of State, which is just a matter of giving them a copy of what you've adopted with a cover letter. And then there's also a filing with the New York State Code Council, where you send them several basic documents. If there's a couple of things you have to do there. There's one conflict in the New York stretch law or code that the Department of State didn't find even after having this code for 2 years in review. And it's about ventilation, and it's a little piece that has to be severed. We have guidance for you on how that's done. And then it's just a matter of filing those papers with Department of State. And unless you want to add more restrictive requirements. Now, I believe Town of Bedford finally did adopt a couple of items that were more stringent. They went kind of went round and round on it. I had some requirements that were more restrictive than New York stretch. And they had to do another filing, essentially proving and giving a reason as to why they adopted a more stringent local code. Frankly, I advise against that, and taking the benefit for the 10 or 11% advantage here, and not pushing it this go around, especially with everything that's going on with construction right now is just booming, and Tom's up to his earlobes in aardvarks, permit applications and such. There's just so much going on. And I don't think I'd complicate things any further. There'll be another opportunity, there'll be another stretch code that'll come along with the next code cycle, which will be, as I mentioned, in 2023, 24, there'll also be a stretch code to go beyond it. At least that's what I'm hearing from NYSERDA.
Okay. That's good. That was actually my next question. Like, what is the timeline for the next iteration of the next stretch code? Since the big picture, right, is continuous incremental improvement.
That's right. The base code, the International Energy Code, that's administered by the International Code Council, we're just getting to to adopting the 2021 version next go-round, which should happen sometime in 2023 or 2024. So that's when that, and that code is, it's not the exact same as, it's the same energy efficiency wise, roughly, as the New York Stretch Code. But the code isn't, they're not adopting the New York Stretch Code. They're adopting something that's slightly different but equivalent. So in a number of ways, this code is easier to adopt and deal with than that next version will be in 2023 or 4. And you'll be ahead of it if you adopt New York Stretch in Newcastle.
Okay, Lori, are you done?
Yep, for now.
Okay. Hi, this is Lisa Katz, town board member. So,
Hi, Lisa.
hi. So, part of my job on the town board is to kind of balance the laudable goals of obviously helping our environment and becoming more energy efficient with the needs and financial resources of our residents and our constituents. So I have a couple questions sort of in that vein. And the first is, and you went through the slide pretty quickly, so I may be wrong, but I thought you said that for residential in Zone 4, it was approximately a $2,000 incremental cost difference to adopt this code, which then would result in a 9.3-year payback for residential.
Yep.
Yeah.
Single family, yep.
Okay, in single family rate. So, to me,
Again, that's without incentives.
correct.
It's very important to understand. That's using the most restrictive compliance path and with no incentives. But yes, go ahead.
I understand. So those numbers just off the top of my head it doesn't seem like it should take close to 10 years to recoup $2,500. So it makes me think that perhaps the benefits are not as great as kind of anticipated. And so can you speak to that for a second? And also along with that,
Sure.
What size home are you looking at when you're considering the incremental costs?
Well, you'll be happy to know that if you want to get yourself really involved in this adoption, you can look at the very detailed cost-benefit analyses. There's two. There's a commercial and residential one, which is also on the resource website.
I will
Okay,
definitely look at that.
cost-benefit, okay, it's great, but I guarantee that, you want a sleep aid, you will grow very long cobwebs between your head and your shoulders reading it, but it's all there. It's a fantastic study. So, simple payback and looking at the cost for one homeowner or one building owner is very deceiving. This is actually a pretty darn good simple payback. And again, I'm seeing, just back of the envelope, I'm seeing potential for cutting those payback periods in half. And you also need to understand that surely you've seen the increases in cost of construction and what homes are selling for right now. These are just a drop in the bucket. I mean, it's a very small increment. It's a very small increment. It's 1 to 2%, 3%, something like that. This doesn't make and has shown there's been no evidence that code changes have made or broken deals. So the benefit that's returned in no matter how you look at it, and actually simple payback is a bogus way to look at the payback, because actually the homeowner saves in the very first year of savings if you look at this over the life cycle. And the life cycle of a new home is, well, you could either use the length of a mortgage, which is 30 years, you look at it that way, and it pays back immediately. And it's the only code of all the codes that change every 3 years. It's the only code that pays itself back. So, you know, the other codes have significant changes and cost increases. Most recently in some multifamily and other high-rise multifamily buildings, you know, we've added the requirement for sprinkler systems. And the cost of those systems, you know, are tenfold the cost of these changes. So, you know, the energy code changes are pretty incrementally small, and the payback is actually quite good, especially if you take advantage of what's out there, on top of the fact that it does pay itself back ultimately.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know
and,
that you can compare energy requirements to sprinklers that really are intended to stop death and destruction. This is a slightly different in terms of cost.
Yeah, that's
I don't know
true.
that
I'm
you
just
can
talking about pure cost.
compare them. Yeah.
I'm talking about pure first cost, which, you know, most builders will
Right.
throw up there as very important, whether it's life-saving or energy saving.
I mean, what I'm trying to compare, because I spoke in the interim when this was introduced to us last week and in between today, I spoke to actually a number of developers and architects because I wanted to understand this from their perspective. And according to what they said, this stretch code will increase construction costs by 20 to 40%.
That's nonsense.
Based on what they're seeing, even in terms of just a LEED certified building is significantly more expensive. So, and this
Well,
is
LEED
going,
LEED is way more restrictive than this code.
okay. But they looked at this particular code and they said it would be probably between 20 to 40% depending on the type of development. So that, you know, for residential. So that just makes me a little nervous in terms of what that right number is for residents who maybe haven't contemplated that additional cost and don't necessarily have the finances to cover that. And so I'm wondering first, is there any, you know, flexibility built into this? And second, are we talking, is this go retroactively to a whole home once somebody tries to build something on, or is it just for that one piece? If somebody has to fix a pipe and tear up a wall, do they all of a sudden need to now comply with the new code for insulation and et cetera?
Yeah, well, they do for the plumbing code, but not for the energy code. Okay, so there's actually 3 or 4 questions in what you just stated. First of all, it is absolute and total Bognash, which is a word my German grandmother made up many years ago to avoid saying the obvious word that it would be replacing. It just simply isn't so. And I encourage you to take a look at the cost-benefit analysis.
Yeah, I'm going to read the whole thing.
The builder, I've been at the energy code thing for over 40 years, my entire career, at the national level, at the international level. And builders don't like regulatory change. And they will make up any number they feel they need to make up. And I will tell you right now, and I'll say it, you can line up every builder in town that they cannot, there isn't a builder on earth that can prove to me that this is gonna cost, you know, 20 to 40% more than the standard building. A LEED building is far more LEED is far more restrictive and has costs associated with all sorts of non-energy requirements. It's far more, green building is far more expensive, but it has benefits too. Anyway, so that's number one. Number two, you know, the incremental cost here, again, is extremely low. The paybacks are very good and even better if you, if you utilize the incentives. And, again, it's really important to see that and see that it pays back if you look at more realistic payback periods, which generally speaking would be the length of a mortgage, or if, let's say, they're replacing a furnace and the furnace has to be replaced with a slightly more restrictive furnace, which is one of the options. Well, for renovation work like that, you only have to, and this is based on the base energy code that every community is enforcing today, not the New York stretch. It runs by the same rules. The rules in the game are the same. The numbers are just a little different. So in the base energy code, let's say you're replacing windows like I just did 2 weeks ago. Those windows have to meet a 0.27 U value, which is an insulation level, instead of the 0.30 of the base code. Well, that was the selection in the most cost-effective window for me of all the windows. I would have had to look hard, and I wouldn't have wanted the 0.30 window. It was state of the shelf. The only change that has to be met is a change, let's say in a renovation. Again, as I said before, the roofing contractor renovating a roof, it required an R3 increase over what the base code would require. They didn't have to go make the entire building compliant with the code. And this is some of the misinformation that's being passed around by builders and others, that, oh my God, if you touch a doorknob and the whole house has to comply with the New York stretch code. It just isn't true. And it's run by the same rules that the base code is run by. And that is for renovations. The new work that's being done, that is energy work, has to be brought up to the code. Good example, what's known as a gut rehab. It's something that a lot of people do to a lot of the older homes that we have there in your neck of the woods. Lots of beautiful old homes. And at some point, oftentimes homeowners just, they can't afford to heat the place any longer, and the plaster and lath is getting really old, and they do a gut rehab, or somebody's flipping a house and does that gut rehab just so they can insulate it to the minimum. Well, you don't, in that case, have to insulate the walls to the New York stretch code higher levels. You just have to fill the cavity, which you would be doing anyway. Be silly not to. If you only were working on one wall, only that one wall would have to be brought up to code or the minimum level. Or if you're replacing only 5 windows out of 20, only those 5 windows would have to meet the code.
So this is Jeremy Salan. So let me jump in for a second. What is the next step for us?
Wait, hang on, I just had a couple more questions.
I apologize.
Sure. So did that answer your set of questions there?
Yeah, it did, I guess.
Well,
I had a couple more questions. Are there any, so I know you mentioned that Bedford, Hastings-on-Hudson, Dobbs Ferry, they've adopted the stretch code. Are there any, to your knowledge, local communities that considered the stretch code and did not adopt it?
Yeah, definitely there were. Most of the communities considered this as part of their involvement in clean energy communities.
Mm-hmm.
I know that quite a number of communities, looked at the CEC program and then just dropped out of it. Didn't want to do any of the action items, much less adopt the New York stretch code. The reasons for not adopting the stretch code in other communities, I have not heard others.
Can you give
But-
us examples of some of those communities?
that didn't adopt, I'd have to look back in my notes, and I'm working with 50 communities.
Yeah, I'm just, curious, because I'd like to maybe hear from that. And then, last question, and this actually is for Ed. What public input is required before adopting this stretch energy code?
It's going to be a local law, so you'll have to schedule a public hearing like any other.
Okay,
And please, you hesitated when I asked you if I answered your questions. If I did not, point out to me where I didn't, because it's important if you don't feel that I did answer your question.
well, I may just need to do some reading, like if you could send us the link to the payback, analysis.
It's all right here in the Resource Center, and you have it here, and I've sent the committee the entire presentation. So you have that as a resource. Plus, I encourage you to just call me up, and I'll continue to talk to you about this if you'd like. And we can look at some of the pieces together. But
Okay.
it is all right here on this site.
Okay,
And if you want to ping me, I actually have downloaded the studies if you would rather I just send them to you. You ping me with an email, and I will send them to you.
okay, perfect.
Thank you, Mike. I think also some of our regional communities that have adopted the stretch code have been very forthcoming for Sustainable Westchester and other organizations to share their experiences to date and feedback to date. And I think they had shared some of that even with our own town staff.
Sure, and I'm sure that, one of the unfortunate things is communities are doing the adoption. Many of them are still catching up on permit applications from last year. I know that Al Sirocco in Bedford is still struggling, and we're just starting to hear about projects in his community, and that's only because the home energy rater, who does all their residential rating work, they use only the energy rating index, and they use an energy rater, and the cost to that rater or for that rater goes to the builder to help them with some of the load period, in general, not any new load because of the New York stretch. They've actually used home energy raters for their code compliance as a third party for some time.
If I can suggest, if we can put this over for another day, continue this conversation, and certainly follow up offline for more information, I think that would be quite helpful. If anyone on the board disagrees or wants another route, certainly say so, but I think that may be the best move.
Totally agree.
Wow, there's an
Yeah,
agreement.
I would encourage you to go to this site and look at all those materials.
So,
Got it.
I will send, when I get that email, I will send the cost-benefit analyses to you directly, if you'd like.
Perfect, thank you.
thank you so much.
You bet.
All right, so what's the next step here with this, Jill? We'll just,
Yeah, we'll put it on for another date. I'm just taking a look at the calendar right now. We can put it on for the 26th, or we can put it on for, I don't know what additional information you'd like Sabrina or Tom to be able to get. I did reach out to Amanda just moments ago, just inquiring how long ago Bedford approved their code and whether or not they've got any, hard information for us. I think it's a very similar community, and certainly I'd just like to hear what their experiences may inform the board. a
If I
little
may,
bit.
Tom, you've had conversations with Bedford. Do you want to share
Oh, thank you.
what they've told you?
I spoke with Al Sirocco probably about 6-8 months ago, and they were just getting off the ground with their program, and they were having a hard time getting off the ground. They were hit hard by COVID, and they were falling behind in regular scheduling. So everything Mike said is true. You know, they're moving along slowly, and it's a learning curve. But Bedford is a little more restrictive than we are, having the Harris rating, just like Mike said. So that added a whole nother layer, even before the stretch code came in. So that makes, you know, working in Bedford a little bit more difficult and more costly to do that. We don't require a Harris rater. We just follow the 2020 energy code. So this is going to be a small step past that. It's not a giant leap by having the ERI, the Energy Rating Index requirement. So yes, this does add to the cost of a house, but we have to remember we have a lot of larger homes in town that will benefit extremely from these cost savings because they use more utilities than most average homes. I can follow up with Al to find out more and see how they're doing if the town would like.
That would be great.
I also think that Hastings and Dobbs Ferry had a bigger head start on this, and so they may have a little bit more working experience with the code in place than Bedford.
And again, any of, and all of you, if you'd like to reach out to me, this again is my contact information. You all can get this presentation. I believe, Amanda, I sent it to you. I don't remember who I sent it to. Yeah, Amanda. Okay. And I encourage all of you to reach out to me directly. If I don't answer the phone, I will get back to you quickly. Also, the students in the audience, if you want to understand this a little bit better, if you'd like to put something together, I'd be more than happy to be supportive of you folks. And I applaud you for being here tonight. And I hope this is the most exciting business you get to talk about tonight.
I think you might be fall short on that one, but not because of you. Not because of you, I assure you.
All right, I'm gonna skedaddle here and get to some dinner.
All right.
And,
Thank you so much, Mike. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, and I appreciate the chance to talk with you. And again, don't hesitate to give me a call. My
Certainly.
time is your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike.
All right, take care, everybody.
Thank
Have
you.
a wonderful evening and
Thank
be
you.
well.
All right. Next up, Jill, the draft legislation and finding statements for the form-based code. All right. Before we begin that, I want to read something that I put together in response to an unfortunate letter to the editor that was published a couple of days ago, or yesterday, I believe. It brings me no pleasure to address the hurtfully false allegations by Scott Levine, a Rush board member, in his letter published to the Examiner News, but I cannot remain silent in response to an accuser who has repeatedly shown disregard for the facts. Simply, the truth matters. I cannot ignore Mr. Levine's published assault on my character and indirectly that of my father, and I ask that he retract statements that I violated the law and committed any ethical infraction. Contrary to Mr. Levine's claims in the Examiner, I have never, quote, met privately away from town hall with high-level associates of Joseph Tavolacci, or privately with any developer or their associates regarding the form-based code. This is a hard stop. Further, I have never once, to my recollection, spoken on the phone or met privately with the 3 local resident members of the town, the downtown working group involved in private development outside the town hall regarding the form-based code. Even if I did, however, that is exactly what elected officials do, just as I have spoken privately with many other residents, town staff, planning board members, and my colleagues on a litany of issues, including the form-based code. Why must some people automatically assign nefarious intent when it is our responsibility as councilpersons to talk to those who have different perspectives on important issues? Mr. Levine's claim that the town board violated the open meetings law is also wrong. Again, hard stop. Here are the facts. Last year, Jennifer Meebs Flagg, an incredibly valuable member of the Newcastle Sustainability Advisory Board, reached out to William Bill Spade to learn more about the latest green building practices, just like the stretch energy code we spoke about this evening. Not surprisingly, Bill was happy to help the Sustainability Advisory Board. Bill is a decades-long resident and local architect who has worked on the Fuller Center home, formerly the Habitat for Humanity, and other local projects. He and his wife pride themselves in sustainable building. Ultimately, the town board was invited to join the SAB and tour the Fuller Center home to learn more about Passive House, principles that can lower energy use by as much as 75%. Bill also invited the entire town board to visit the new apartment building at 91 Bedford Road to compare current building practices in new construction. There is nothing unusual about such visits. I visited 149 King Street and went inside a resident's home to better understand concerns about potential development on North Greeley Avenue. I sympathized with those residents who resided in the business district. This is the main reason why I supported reducing 4 stories to 3 on adjacent properties. Members of the town board have toured other new residential developments, including the apartments in the Cupola building at Chapel Crossing and Conifer's affordable apartments. Such tours are not considered public meetings under the Open Meetings Law. I have never visited 91 Bedford Road, another hard stop. However, even if I did, I ask again, why must some people assume there is a devious intent or it is evidence that somehow the town board is conspiring with developers? There are very valid reasons why any one of us would want to understand and see how even new construction standards are well below green ones that would benefit the town regardless of the form-based code. I did visit the Fuller Center home with Jennifer and other members of the community interested in green construction, not with my town board colleagues. At no point did Bill mention 4-story buildings or push anything related to the form-based code. Bill had a lot to say about energy-conscious and sustainable construction techniques, and I was grateful for the education. Similarly, at no point prior to going to the Fuller Center home did he or anyone notify me that he was going to, quote, lobby for, quote, lucrative legislative changes of any kind, and not a one of us, Ivy, Lisa, Lauren, Jason, Lori, who was not at the town board at the time, or me, quote, quietly introduced changes without public discussion of the merits. In fact, the form-based code is still being discussed and has been whittled back with lowered building heights for some time. Tonight, I plan on publicly asking my colleagues to remove the activating use language to best ensure retail development is mandated as we continue to working through the zoning legislation. None of these ongoing modifications benefit the developers he claims we are in cahoots with. Here's what I did do. I served as a member of the Downtown Working Group, which a town board established in 2019 under Rob Greenstein and Lisa Katz's administration, to help set the groundwork for the form-based code. The Downtown Working Group was comprised of all 5 town board members, 3 planning board members, Bill Spade, and 2 commercial property owners in the Chapua business hamlet. The Downtown Working Group prepared and posted their meeting agendas, held public meetings on notice to and open to members of the public, and videotaped all their public meetings, which remain available for viewing on the town's website. Mr. Levine further alleges I should have disclosed to the public that my father, a former New York State senator, runs a solo consulting firm whose clients include real estate developers. With no basis to do so, Mr. Levine intimates they influenced my support for the form-based code or that I somehow experienced in lobbying to impute wrongdoing on my part, as well as my father. Simply, my father has nothing to do with the form-based code, just as I have nothing to do with his business or lobbying. Yes, again, hard stop. I have no knowledge nor involvement with my father's business, which is based in Rhinebeck. I didn't even know the name of his firm until Mr. Levine mentioned it at a public meeting last week, and I confirmed with my father. To my knowledge, none of my father's clients ever had, currently have, or plan to have any interest in Newcastle. I repeat, again, hard stop. Nonetheless, I encourage Mr. Levine to learn more about my father and what it means to have actual integrity and true courage to stand up for what is right before he indifferently publishes a defamatory yarn in a blind pursuit to achieve his desired end game. Mr. Levine, my father not only risked and lost his livelihood for casting the deciding vote for marriage equality in New York State as a Republican state senator. Leave him out of your fantastical stories. You, sir, have an odyssey in front of you you'll likely never complete before you can begin to comprehend this type of commitment to the public good. Sadly, Mr. Levine's baseless allegations about me are similar to those he has made against Councilwoman Lauren Levin in his failed attempt to bully her into recusing herself on the form-based code. In fact, this is something of a pattern for him, where he demonstrates little regard for others in pursuit of his objectives. In 2020, Mr. Levine relentlessly harassed the town assessor, threatening to report him for alleged ethical infraction because he was unhappy over his property tax assessment. Mr. Levine went so far as to create websites on which he attempted to impugn the assessor's professional reputation, all because he disagreed with the tax assessment. It's not worth it, Mr. Levine. Mr. Levine's letter to the editor knowingly misrepresents the facts and intentionally pieces together a false narrative. Mr. Levine has submitted numerous FOIL requests to the town clerk, who has provided him with copies of thousands of pages of town emails and other documents. Anybody who wishes to review these records is welcome to do so. Simply contact the town clerk and request access to the same records made available to Mr. Levine, and I greatly encourage you to do so. There is no conspiracy. Read the documents, and you can decide for yourself. Thank you. All right, with that said, let's move forward.
Sabrina? Want to take us forward?
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I'm here tonight with Eric Olestia from Tortagalis, as well as Bonnie Von Olson from Kimley Horn. I have a presentation that I'm going to start off with, and I'm going to turn it over to Eric to kick off the discussion and focus on what we're here to do tonight. I'm going to start. I'm going to share my screen. Hold on a minute. So as you know, this is a work session on the proposed legislation and the finding statement for the form-based code. We are going to start off today to talk about the proposed draft legislation. In general, you have before you, that was submitted to you, a draft finding statement as well as draft legislation. In the proposed draft legislation, there have been some key changes that I'd like to bring to your attention. There's much more detail in the code than what I'm going to say right now, but I wanted to give you a basis for hearing Eric give his presentation and then to kick us off with discussion of the finding statement. So quickly, the geographic area within the form-based code has changed, and the North Greeley corridor is the area that it changed to. The maximum height was reduced from 5 stories to 4 stories, and the public notice process was expanded a little bit. We have introduced notification in the newspapers after proof of neighbor notification and abutting neighbor notification. We also changed planning board review and approval for projects that are equal to or greater than half an acre, and that would establish a public hearing process that is associated with the subdivision requirements of Chapter 113 of the Town Code. We also incorporated review by the Architectural Review Board as part of the application review process, where they would verify that the architectural standards that are now contained in the draft code are adhered to. We added the Chappaqua Central School District as part of the referral process in the draft code, and we also included a performance guarantee for work that is conducted in relation to public improvements. We included an affordable housing provision that mirrors what is already in our town code, and we further built up this affordable housing provision to incorporate a one-to-one affordable housing or affordable versus a workforce housing in any development that had 10 or more units. We also have a requirement that when you're dealing with AFFH and workforce housing units, that 50% of the dwellings in the building are market rate units, and that is an attempt to achieve a mix of units at various incomes and to create a more integrated building or an integrated neighborhood. When it came to activating uses, many people will be happy to know we removed that from the language of the required retail area, and it now just focuses on retail requirement. We also incorporated a car share whereby an applicant can satisfy a portion of the required parking by providing a car share service. And this would require deed restriction regarding specific units from car ownership. I'm going to stop right there, stop sharing my screen. I'm going to turn it over to Eric. He's going to talk a little bit about the legislation, specifics in the legislation, and how we are looking at the Hamlet. Eric, to you.
Okay, can you hear me? And can you see my screen?
Yes and yes.
Okay, wonderful. Oh, sorry. Okay, so thought it'd be useful to kind of do a quick recap of what a form-based code is, because that is in essence at the very core of why you've been going through this process and why it's such an important process. So what is and why a form-based code? So zoning is the DNA of cities, and a form-based code is just a fancy way of saying that you're writing zoning legislation, zoning ordinance language, whether it's an entire code or a district or just language in a code. And it really just focuses on the fact that it has a greater emphasis on form than a typical code does. So as the DNA of a city can produce something like what you see on the right, which is kind of sprawling suburbs, another code can produce something more like this, which is more compact and walkable and centered around civic and spaces in the public realm. So why is form so important? The reason it's so important is because when we only talk about use, it isn't very predictable. We don't really know what we're going to get, and we're usually going to get something like what you find on the left image here. Both of these uses are commercial uses. The one on the left, if I came and asked you, who wants to have this built next to their house, I think most people would probably say, not me. Where if you ask somebody, how would you like to have something like this built near your house, most people would say, well, I think I might be okay with that. And so physical form has a very significant effect on what the character and the quality of our communities are. In addition to just aesthetics, it really isn't just aesthetics. Form influences our behavior and can promote significant increases in public health. There's a lot of research that has been done going into this. It can promote environmental sustainability and a reduced carbon footprint. It can promote economic sustainability and fiscal responsibility. And it just promotes safety and really longevity, because what we're really trying to do through a zoning code is ensure that we're protecting the interests of the community and creating the beloved places that we call home. So as I said, a well-crafted form-based code is the most effective and predictable form of regulation, resulting in pedestrian-scaled urban mixed-use places. So now let's jump in specifically to Chappaqua. So whenever we write new ordinance language, we really want to look at what's the character, what's the history of a community, what is this community about today? And so I had the opportunity to kind of go back and look at some historical images and photos of what Chappaqua used to be. Like many communities, if you look at the bottom left image, it's actually interesting to find that buildings were actually taller than what they are today. With the advent of the car, many buildings got demolished and lower buildings were built. But many of our historic towns and cities were actually more dense than they are today. The top right image of Chappaqua Mountain Institute is an interesting building. It's actually 5 levels of building. It's in essence 3 stories with the basement and another story up in the roof. Something I learned through this process, which I thought was really interesting, was that the 3rd president of Cuba actually went to school here. So there is a very kind of rich history that expands out into the world. So when we look at the zoning and the form-based code, this is just kind of a broad framework that says you can have any kind of development which stretches from sort of national parks up to big cities, but what is appropriate and what are we looking at here in Chappaqua, in the hamlet? And so what we're really looking at are these two areas circled in red, which we have revised the naming to be called Hamlet Core. So it's really just the core of the hamlet. This is the kind of place that you would find some sort of, I don't know, moderate, medium density, a mix of building types that provide interest. And like all good places, they aren't dominated by parking lots. And so that's kind of what we've zeroed in on. And I wanted to really start by talking about this perspective image, which is North Greeley Avenue looking north. And the reason I wanted to talk about this one is because this is what the code as written would permit. This didn't just come about by saying, oh, we wrote a code and here's what we think it'll look like. This came about with input from the community, which had some significant influence. So for example, on the left side of the page, you'll notice that there are 4-story buildings, but you also notice that there's not a solid wall of 4-story buildings. That's one of the comments that we heard from the community, that they were very concerned about that wasn't really what was appropriate for Chappaqua. And so what we did is wrote in the code, for example, the upper floor frontage occupancy requirement. And that's basically a rule saying that you can't have a solid wall of buildings, that the buildings have to step back every once in a while, so it breaks up the rhythm of the buildings. Because while building height is very important in defining the character of a place, equally important is what happens horizontally along the street. Our historic towns and cities in the United States are made up of smaller, shorter buildings most of the time that have varying character as you go down the street. The frontage occupancy is just how much building can occupy at the first floor. And then, of course, building height. And then the build-to line, which is really important, which is different from a setback line. The build-to line says that you must have a building built at that line. And that's because those are the quintessential kind of American towns, walkable towns. They aren't dominated by parking lots in the front. They have beautiful architecture that kind of lines the street and makes for a pedestrian place, a pleasant place to walk along the sidewalk. So that's really what the code is focused on.
Eric, let me just, before you, sorry, are you about to leave this page?
Yeah, go ahead.
So a couple of things. This is from an earlier description because now we're discussing setbacks on the 4th floor that would be tiered back. So this is not a tiered back 4th floor, correct?
That's correct.
And then are they both 4 stories on both sides?
In this view, it is, yes.
Right. So we're also are implementing 3 stories on one side. So for those who would watch us later on, they should understand that not only have you designed it, for lack of a better term, in a way that gives altering heights, so it's not just one wall. The 4 stories here, if this was to be in fact built, which is not a construction plan, the top floor would be setback, and the other side would not be 4 stories. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Great.
But also, Eric, this wasn't done to scale, right? Because our streets are not that wide and our sidewalks are not that wide.
Yeah, it actually is. We actually built a model based on the existing dimensions and what the proposed build-to lines would be. So it actually is a kind of accurate scale.
Where are those sidewalks? I haven't seen anything like that. They're barely ADA compliant.
Yeah, so this is what is being proposed as the build-to line, right? So if somebody comes in and builds a building, then what you're recommending is not that they build a tiny little sidewalk. You're recommending that if new building comes in, that it provides an adequate sized sidewalk.
Well, you wouldn't be consuming the sidewalk. And Jill, we just spent a lot of money on a streetscape. I assume that our sidewalks are ADA compliant.
Right, and if you take a look at the sidewalk in front of Susan Lawrence, you've got a, 10-foot, 12-foot sidewalk there, just in front of that building. But yeah, has our brick. Our trees will look like that, I hope, one day.
Eventually.
Thank you, Eric.
Yep. And so going to the regulating plan, just wanted to point out, as you see in this graphic, this does have some of the changes that were talked about. Basically, the boundary, right, has changed of where the code applies. But it has important elements like the transect that applies to a particular parcel, the build-to line, for example, here is 16 feet. The upper floor frontage occupancy, that's what we talked about above the first floor, that it should be in a range of 50 to 70%, as opposed to the frontage occupancy on the first floor, which should range somewhere between 74 and 100. You'll see an asterisk that has a caveat. It gets into the very detailed elements of, well, is this a tiny little existing lot, or is this a much bigger lot, et cetera. So the code does kind of think through and address different conditions for small lots, existing lots, or whether you would aggregate multiple lots. The rules are slightly different.
And I remind everyone who's seeing this, it says 2 to 4 on the east side, and I'm sorry I keep on interrupting, but it should be clear that this is from the original plan. We are not 2 to 4, it's up to 3 on the east side.
Yep, and then architecture, you can have some basic rules that are very important, but if you don't have good architecture, it doesn't make for a great place. So the code has several regulations that talk about specifically the facades and the windows and the details, et cetera. Just wanted to have this one up here, which is not so much about the details, but more about how a building is composed. Really, that if you get a larger building, in other words, if someone were to purchase many lots and agglomerate them together and propose a bigger project, that it really needs to look like multiple different buildings rather than one large building, so that it fits in with what the appropriate character is of the community. And so I think that was really the kind of quick recap of kind of what a form-based code focuses on and what this code is focusing on. And it's not mandating, like someone said earlier, it's not a construction plan, it's not a proposed development, it's really just an update to the zoning ordinance language that more carefully looks at and establishes what the appropriate character is for the community and ensures that the physical form that comes from any potential development, whether it's in 5 years or 20 years, that any potential development is developed in a way that is consistent with an overall comprehensive vision and an overall sense of what the appropriate character is for the community.
Thank you, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Eric before we move on?
Where were the parking garages in there contemplated?
Yeah, so
Seriously.
again, yeah, no, seriously. So again, a code is not a development plan, right? So it's not proposing.
It is actually, but okay.
Well,
That's what the
it's not.
Form-Based
It's not in
Code
the sense that it-
Institute actually says it is, but go ahead.
Well, it's a development, it's a vision, right, for what the community can be. But it doesn't say, oh, this is where a garage is going to be.
No,
right?
I know.
Because we don't really know where that would be. But what it does do with the parking is lay out a set of standards, right? What is an appropriate number of parking spaces, and what are the ways that are acceptable for parking to be provided for a property? Can it be provided on site? Can it also be provided off site? Under what circumstances? How far away? What are the kind of legal agreements that would be required to do that? Again, it's really setting up the ground rules
So
for how you do that.
I think Sabrina should help answer this question, because if I'm,
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong, Sabrina, because we're looking at North Greeley, these lots on the west side have the space to accommodate parking with whatever build-out they'll be permitted to build. In other words, they'll have the space there to accommodate future residents on the same site, as opposed to having to build an off-site parking structure.
Not
Correct.
necessarily.
And Jeremy, I would
not
tend
true.
to tell you that all properties have parking to accommodate uses. It may not be the maximum development that the owner of the property would like to see. So parking is one of those restrictions that prevent density, if you will.
And, you know,
But for the most part, the larger properties on the west side of North Greeley should have ample area to park on site for whatever it is they're proposing.
so if they decide to put retail on the bottom, which now we're saying, thank God, we
They've
can
always
get
had
rid
to.
of the activating use.
For 4 floors.
Yeah, then my concern is while the apartments above it may arguably have parking located on site enough for that requirement, where is the parking for all the retail going to be?
They need to provide the appropriate parking for the retail and the residential for all uses on site.
If I might throw one thing out, it's interesting, when you do a code, right? Someone may come in and say, well, the code says that I can do 3 stories and I can do this many units, right? Maximum. Yes, but you also need to meet the parking requirements. If you don't meet the parking requirements, then you can't build the maximum. You can only build as many as you provide parking for. So all of the rules have to work together, right? They all work together, and based on those, those become the limiting factors for development.
But if that's not fully true, because I'm just trying to understand, if it's not true that it has to be on site, because then we don't need the parking toolbox that says you can park up to a mile away, and you just said they can provide car share services and all that, so it's not necessarily on site. So then, where is it? Where are we
Car
putting
share
parking
service.
garages?
The car share service would be on site. They have to provide the
So
vehicles.
I
for
think,
the-
I think I can answer the question, and please tell me if I'm wrong. If there is a development that cannot accommodate the parking, they're either gonna have to shrink their development, or alternatively, they're going to likely have to find a public space to do it, meaning lease public property, because Walgreens lot, for example, whether it's fully used, they still have to maintain a number of lots there, whether it's half full every day or fully full every day. So they'd have to come to the town, and one would believe just objectively, and I think even the most adamant opponent would agree that before anyone is investing in aggregating properties and building a property, they're going to want to know that they can in fact park it, because if they build it and they can't park it, it's never going to happen. They're just going to lose money. So there's going to be a conversation with whatever the town board is and the residents who live there. Otherwise, it'll never happen. So there's got to be, for lack of a better term, marriage and communication to make this work. Otherwise, you just have to shrink their development. So yes, they can park off, but there's still going to have to be, due to our community, engagement with the public.
But if they have to shrink their development, then they're not going to develop, because it's not going to be financially feasible for them, which gets us back to exactly where we are right now, which is why we don't need a form-based code.
I don't think that's the case, but certainly if that turned out to be the case, we would have to, or whomever would have to amend it. But we have a 2-story building at Rite Aid that no doubt wants to go and do something. We have a vacant lot north of that. But
But
for
they
you and I to
can
dis-
do that.
For you and I to
Without a
discuss whether they
form-based
will or they
code.
won't, we'll see what happens. But the answer to your question, I think I answered it correctly.
I mean, they can't do it now because we have a moratorium, but they can do it, and they have plans. And I know, Sabrina, they've even submitted some plans to you that we're told not to build anything because we may have a form-based code, which will make it cheaper for them. So, I think that that's disingenuous to say nothing's going to get built without a form-based code. Because I think I've spoken to owners of those buildings, and they will. I'm just saying.
I'm just utterly shocked that now all of a sudden you've had this epiphany and everyone's coming to you. Why would you have agreed to have a moratorium multiple times over multiple years? And now all of a sudden, what did I do? This is not going to work. This is just insanity. That's sort of the concept here. It doesn't really add up. So
Part of making an
it doesn't-
educated decision is getting information, and Eric is a phenomenal salesman. He is great. And you know what? You look at what he says, and everyone wants a form-based code. But then when you get into the nitty-gritty of what it actually is and how it's going to impact our actual town, that's when you actually have to make the decision whether or not it makes sense for our town, and whether the incomplete finding statement was studied enough, and looking at the financial aspect of everything and parking and all of this. Like, arguably, who is buying an apartment in a suburb that does not have great transportation, where they can't even go to a full supermarket without a car, and that's going to have a deed restriction in their apartment that says they can't own a car? I think you're going to end up with developers saying, I need a variance because nobody's taken my apartments.
And I can tell you today, Lisa, there has been concern about development under our existing code. There has not been much because of the parking issue. Okay, so it either works or it does not work. A developer, you know, about car ownership, there's a mixed interest of who owns cars, who doesn't own cars, who doesn't want a car, who wants cars. You know, this code encapsulates a lot of comments and goals of the comprehensive plan. And, you know, we don't have a crystal ball. We don't. We are trying to do better than the code that we have today.
All right, so who is continuing, Eric or Sabrina? I don't know where we left off.
I think if there's no more questions for Eric, I'm going to move on, and we're going to talk about the finding statement. Are we ready to do that?
Believe so. Go ahead, Sabrina, thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to share my screen again, and I think, Ed, I think you're going to kind of take over for a little bit and talk about a finding statement.
Yes. So, all right, finding statement. That's where we are tonight. Where have we been? Well, we started with scoping. We had a outline of areas of environmental concern that we needed to study. That study got done in the DGEIS. There was a public hearing on that document. All of the comments that you received over the multiple public hearing sessions or the ones that were made at the public hearing and the ones that were made in writing, all get compiled in the FGEIS and get answered in the FGEIS. That's now complete. Last week you adopted a resolution that the FGEIS was complete, and we're at the finding statement stage now. So what's a finding statement? Well, it really is the capstone on this entire process. You, as a board, as the lead agency, will do a few things, and on the next slide, don't go there yet, Sabrina, but the next slide is a little dense. I'm going to walk you through a little bit of a checklist, but basically, you're going to do a couple of things. You're going to look at the proposed action and the alternatives, and the board has indicated that it is not going to pursue the proposed action. It is going to pursue alternative D, one of the 4 alternatives that was studied. And then you're going to look at, because alternative D is the one that's going to mitigate adverse environmental impacts to the maximum extent practicable. That'll be on the next slide. You're also going to implement the mitigation measures that you find are practicable. So that's big picture. Finding statement provides a rationale for those 2 decisions. What action is the board, what decision is the board going to make, and what are the mitigation measures that you're going to implement? Ultimately, you're going to do a balancing. Ultimately, SECRA is essentially overlaying the consideration of these environmental issues, and at this point, you're going to take that information, and you're going to weigh and balance adverse environmental impacts and all the mitigation measures that have been studied with the benefits of the proposed or preferred action. And that's why we had discussion, if you remember, in the FGEIS and the DGEIS about the benefits of the proposed action. And you'll remember content in those documents that brought us back to the goals of the comprehensive plan and how the proposed action was intended to implement and further some of those goals. So when we talk about balancing and some of the, with respect to the conditions downtown that you're looking to improve, revitalization, those types of things. This is the weighing that happens now at the findings statement stage. So this slide is the checklist. And the checklist really is taken from the regulation, and that's why I say it's a little dense, but I want you to see the language. First is the hard look. And hard look is terminology that comes from case law. It's not actually in the regulations, but it really gives you the color. It gives you a sense of the level of review and diligence that's required, and that you'll, in the findings statement, explain how it was done. You've taken a hard look at all of the areas of environmental concern that have been identified and addressed during the secret process. The weighing, so again, that's what I said a moment ago about weighing the benefits of the proposed or preferred action. The reasoned elaboration, again, that is color from case law, but really what we're talking about is a written decision that explains the outcome, the board's decision-making, the process, the weighing that you've undertaken, the mitigation measures that you've considered, and the ones that you're going to implement. And Sabrina, a little bit later, is going to talk about the thresholds. We've heard a lot about all of the different thresholds that have been identified for all of the different areas of environmental concern. Those are, as you saw, those are appearing in the findings statement as mitigation measures. So lastly, there's a certification. Again, this is regulatory language, but I want you to see it and understand it. You're making a decision and taking an action that's going to minimize adverse environmental impacts to the maximum extent practicable. That's number one. And the second item speaks to mitigation measures. You're going to implement those mitigation measures that have been identified as practicable to the maximum extent practicable. Sabrina? Okay. All right. Couple of ideas that we wanted to talk about because they've come up during SECRA review. SECRA does not diminish, doesn't change your legislative discretion when it comes to considering and adopting legislation, the form-based code. The statute and the regs actually say this does not change the decision-making authority of the local agency. So whether it's a town board, planning board, zoning board doing the SECRA review, the underlying decision that has to get made, whether it's a zoning legislation, special use permit, the SECRA process, again, is overlaying this consideration of environmental issues on the underlying decision that you have to make, but it doesn't change your discretion or the criteria for making that underlying decision. So the board has extremely broad discretion when it comes to zoning or any legislation. You still have that same extremely broad discretion with respect to this legislation. SECRA doesn't change that. Another point, again, this has come up a lot in the comments. So the DGEIS studied the entire study area, the 72-acre study area. The FGEIS addressed all of the comments that were received with respect to the study area. The finding statement addresses the study area. These things have to fit together. So the preferred action, which talks about 4 stories in the study area, is the preferred alternative that the board has signaled that it wishes to pursue and address in the finding statement, even though you've also signaled that with respect to the legislation, you're inclined to implement only a small piece of that. So the finding statement is looking at the entire study area. Your findings are with respect to the study area. The legislation is going to be a much smaller bite, is what the board has said.
Right, but to be clear, to make sure we're stating this correctly, understanding it correctly, it's not 4 stories that we are having a finding for the entire hamlet. it's certain areas, 4 stories are part of that study area, and 3 stories are part of that study area, because 4 stories, for example, are not permissible on up King Street.
There was some, and Sabrina would probably answer that question better, but there are some areas, and I probably should have said the maximum. The maximum is 4 stories. It's not 4 stories, and Sabrina could probably tell us better exactly where, but you're right,
So maximum is 3 stories
in some places.
But the finding statement talks about it throughout the 72 acres. The 4
Finding statement-
stories wherever it's,
Where,
was
yes, whether it's 3 or
contemplated,
4,
up to
we're
4.
talking about the entire study area.
Right.
Sabrina, I'll turn this back to you here.
Okay. Okay, so as Ed was saying, what this slide identifies is the proposed action, right? Where we started out was a 72-acre hamlet in specific zoning districts. We looked at a maximum height under the proposed action in the DGEIS of 5 stories. It wasn't 5 stories everywhere. It wasn't 4 stories everywhere. It was a maximum height of 5 stories with a range of height from 2 stories up to 5 stories. That was the proposed action. Based on discussions, public input, the town board directions, the preferred alternative, which is alternative D in the DGEIS, is a maximum build out which includes public lands with a maximum height of 4 stories. That is the action in the that is the preferred alternative that is spelled out in the findings statement, because it most generally fits with the direction that the town board wants to go in. In addition, the finding statement speaks to the North Greeley corridor. The North Greeley corridor was where the town stood when they identified your new direction. That's where you intend to implement a portion of the preferred alternative, which includes the 7.75 acre area along North Greeley. It's termed throughout the finding statement as the North Greeley corridor. So I just wanted to make those distinctions, because the finding statement starts out, it talks about the proposed action, it zeroes in on the preferred alternative, and we also talk about the North Greeley corridor.
But just to confirm first, when you say the board wants to do this, I'd appreciate if you didn't, because not everyone on the board wants to do that, so I don't like
The
that.
direction
But,
from the board.
The finding statement does not limit this, correct, to the North Greeley corridor? The
No,
finding statement is for the whole 72 acres.
the whole 72 acres is now considered under alternative D.
Correct. So the way I read it, it doesn't limit it to say, but it's only being applied on the 7.75 acres. It
Correct.
can be
Statement
applied,
that you
correct,
see-
right?
Correct.
Okay,
Okay. Good?
yep.
Okay. So in order to really understand the finding statement, we're going to go back to specific thresholds. When we discussed the finding statement, we presented to, or when we discussed the FGEIS.
You know
we
what, Sabrina?
presented to-
I'm sorry to interrupt. I do actually kind of just want to backtrack a little bit to what
Okay.
Lisa's point was. I just want to verify that even though the finding statement is applicable to the entire hamlet, a developer or whoever can't come into the town board and say, I want to build a 4-story building on South Greeley, because the legislation is only applicable to North Greeley, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But a future town board, as it said initially applied, a future town board could apply the finding statement to any place in the 72 acres, or all of it.
They can rezone.
I think the way to say that is it could potentially use the finding statement to satisfy SECRA, but there are other steps that would be necessary to implement new zoning on South Greeley or any place else in
Like
the
one
study
public
area.
meeting and a vote.
Well, public hearing and the required referrals.
Right.
Thanks.
Okay. So moving back to the finding statement and its relationship to the environmental impact study. In the environmental impact study, specifically the final GEIS, we started talking about thresholds, and I presented to you in general what a threshold was in relation to each of these impact areas. On this slide, you see A through K. These were the initial impact areas where we started to talk about, well, what are the limits, if any, under these impact areas? And this helps to set up tools for examination of projects through the review process. So I'm going to speak to specific thresholds that are within the finding statement. Now, mind you, I'm not going to talk about every threshold, but only those that we've honed in on and are very specified, but there are others, okay? But it's all in there. So we're going to start out with land use, right? You've seen some of these thresholds before. The maximum height of structures in the district would be limited to 4 stories, and the east side of North Greeley Avenue may be further reduced to 3 stories. Any project involving a combination or a re-subdivision of lots to create a buildable lot exceeding, or it should be equal to or exceeding half an acre in size, will require planning board approval for such re-subdivision.
Can I jump in? I'm sorry. When you say that first part, the maximum height of a structure in the form-based code district will be limited to 4 stories, and the east side of North Greeley Avenue may be further reduced. We don't want, if it's the decision of the town board to reduce it to 3, why is it not just it's reduced to 3 stories?
Because you have not voted on that.
Okay, this is the, all right, thank you. Thank you.
Any project, all right, the size of bedrooms and the number of bedrooms within multifamily building has been regulated to align with housing goals and build out parameters analyzed in the environmental review process and consistent with town code. Approval of residential units in excess of 963 units will require additional environmental review. Okay, that is a threshold that will need to be adhered to. I have an italicized note here that talks about the proportion of 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units that were studied. It was 642 units were 1-bedroom units. They were 2/3 of the proportion of 963. 321 units were 2-bedroom units. That is information that is in the finding statement. Zoning. Some of the specific thresholds under zoning are that the Chappaqua Central School District will be notified if development is in the form-based district is in proximity to their lands. We also included the Chappaqua Central School District as part of the referral process, so they are listed there as well.
And Sabrina, can you just explain to me with the referral process, or, well, not so much, you're talking about the referral for the form-based code law legislation?
No.
Applications
Okay, so,
come into the office within that district that you choose to map.
okay, so what is then, what is the implication of that? Can they do anything about it, or they just get
comment on the
notified?
application.
But if it fits with the form, do they have any say to say no?
They don't have a say to say no.
Do they have any, can they impact the decision at all? If it falls within the form, even if they're notified, if they object to it, it doesn't mean that they have any impact on the decision of whether this development can go forward, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. A referral agency doesn't say no and then stop a project. They add.
Well, they
provide
could if-
information.
Yeah.
You know, in the case of, for example, the school system, you know, we send them an application. They may choose to disagree with the number of school children.
Mm-hmm.
Or, this is very similar to what goes on now. When you refer a local law to the boards that you refer it to. When we receive an application for the planning board right now and we refer it to other entities, the police department, the fire department, they provide information and comment on the development that could change aspects of the development, but it's never to stop or deny.
Well,
the
that's
development.
not true, because we've had many projects that have been stopped because residents or interested agencies have had issue with that. Such as, I forget the name of it, like that development on the east end in the former Legionnaires property.
But the residents didn't stop it. It was a decision. We listened, we all went there.
We listened, exactly,
same
but
way-
if there's like a
But they were
planning board.
asking for something.
But
they
wait,
were
don't
asking-
interrupt me for a second. I really want to understand this. So but here, there's really no meat. So even if they object, they have ridiculous objections that this is going to cause a huge issue with the schools. As long as the developer checks the boxes in the code, they still get to develop, correct?
Yes, that is the decision you are making going through this
Okay.
process.
And that's the foundational environmental questions that we're addressing and answering in advance so that it doesn't have to be done each and every time for each and every
Right,
development.
if I may just give an example.
So it's not being
So
ignored.
there's no point to them notifying them if they don't have any say in the matter, essentially.
Well,
The reason the Legionnaires process was stopped by a decision of the town board is because they were asking for a special zoning that was under your purview to grant or deny.
Right, but we denied it because residents and others had significant
For
issues.
whatever reasons you denied it for, the
Right,
legislation.
I guess my point is there's no reason to notify the CCSD if their objections or any comments at all really will fall on deaf ears, because as long as the developer checks the box, the project's gonna get built.
Well, with CCSD, there is a threshold that speaks to units. There are other maximum number of units. There's other thresholds that speak to things like sewer capacity. So these
Sure,
are
but those are
boxes-
going through the development department, not the CCSD.
No, I hear you. But the boxes that we're talking about are hard limits. They're not things that are trivial. These are things that the board established through the secret process. That would be the outer limits of what kind of density could be.
No, I understand that,
Right.
but I'm saying notifying the CCSD really has no value.
The CCSD asked to be notified.
Yeah, I was about to say, didn't they
Well,
ask to
right,
add
but
this?
I think they asked to be notified, hoping they would actually have an impact, but it's just really here's a letter and see ya.
Ed,
No,
I
they get a
assume,
copy of the application to verify that they're comfortable with the analysis.
But
that
if
was
they're
done.
not comfortable with the analysis, it doesn't matter, is what I'm saying.
It's more the analysis, and it's also as we go through and have some track record and experience on this, I think this communication with the school district is going to be really important, because certain projections were made on both sides, both by the town's consultants and by the school district's consultants, with respect to the generation of school students, right, by new development. So years from now, with the benefit of data, we'll be able to, and this I think will be is it annually, Sabrina, that there's going to be certainly with each application, there's an
It's with
opportunity.
each application, and we're gonna keep tabs on it.
Right, but I
And
mean,
the school, we're gonna provide it to the school as well.
right, so I think that there's an opportunity to be back-checking with real data, these projections, and, I think there's going to be real value in that.
and to be clear, Ed, the school district, this is what the school district asked to have added into the process?
That was one of the things that they requested, yes.
And I'm presuming that there are two purposes for that, right? One, for them to have input on the suitability of the information provided in the application, but also to prepare each of these referral agencies, for them to prepare to be able to meet the needs of whatever the development would entail.
Yeah, so the other, in that second bullet, those other entities, as Sabrina said, that's happening now with applications. And when say, the fire chief weighs in on an application, it's not a yes or a no, but it may affect where a fire hydrant goes, or a standpipe goes, or, fire exit.
Right.
Those are things that would be within the fire chief's purview, and they change the project.
We just
Well,
did this with the
that's a little
farm,
different.
we just did it with the farm on Whippoorwill. The other agencies came in to advise us. We could have made a decision one way or another, and we made a
Yeah,
decision.
but that wasn't pursuant to a code. And let's be real, let's not act like we're being the big guys by giving them what they want. They also asked for extra time, they also asked the FEIS not to be declared complete, and they also asked this code not to be adopted. So just by saying, oh, we're being great and giving them this notification requirement is not really giving them anything. So let's be real and not act like we're doing something great here.
I don't think anyone's acting anything. All right, Sabrina, can you continue,
All right,
please?
so moving on to the next section, visual resources and community character. And again, I want to emphasize, I am not going through every threshold that is currently contained in the finding statement. I'm highlighting those that are more specific, that have been refined since you've last seen them or are new. Under visual resources and community character, this is where we also talk about the reduction in the maximum allowable height along the eastern side of North Greeley Avenue to 3 stories. We also have a threshold that talks about reviewing each application in compliance with the form-based code requirements and including architectural detailing, visual appearance, and building height during completeness review. And this is where the Architectural Review Board will assist 2 members of reviewing applications to confirm compliance with the architectural standards. This is new to the form-based code, introducing them at the application review stage so that they can weigh in as to the consistency of architectural detailing. We also said that all applications must adhere to the 6 architectural styles that are reflective of the history of Chappaqua, Newcastle, and the region. Or if they wanted to propose a different style, it is acceptable, but they would be subject to review and approval by the entire Architectural Review Board. So that's a new aspect of the draft code that you have not seen before. We have talked about it. When it came to infrastructure and utilities, this is the first time you are seeing a limit on the maximum water usage and sewage flows that evolved through the environmental impact study. We're looking at a limit of 220,782 gallons per day in the study area. If a development bumps above this number, it cannot be approved without further environmental analysis.
So,
Sabrina,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So then to assume, that we're making many leaps here. Let's assume that the future town board or town boards rezone, including the public lots, which would be required, and the town doesn't oppose. In theory, let's pretend they had 900 units, 850 units. If they could not exceed that number if they also exceeded this per day usage.
Absolutely.
So it would put a halt.
Additional environmental review would need to be undertaken.
So Sabrina, just to understand, and this is going to be a vast generalization, but like, what does the average home use in terms of gallons per day?
I don't know that off the top. Bonnie, do you?
In Newcastle or just in general?
I'm just trying to get a feel. I can't somehow comprehend what 220,782 gallons per day is.
That's 900,032 flushes.
Yeah, like how much is a
I
flush?
don't have that off the top. I can tell you that the consultant team who reviewed this has that answer.
We can get that?
I'm just want to understand. I can't put my head
I
around what that
actually
is.
believe it is in the analysis, in the environmental review.
I don't recall it saying what an average home uses. It was? All right, can somebody find that for me? I'm just curious.
I'm sure Bonnie is listening and she either will get the information or will respond after the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get that to you.
Okay, thanks.
All new connections to the water system are subject to approvals by other entities, the town engineer, the Newcastle Department of Public Works, Westchester County Department of Health, and that's really to ensure that the adequate connection procedures are followed and that, the types of pipes and fittings are used. All new developments in the form-based district will need to do additional, will need to undertake what's called sewer lateral inspections and TV inspections of existing sanitary sewer mains. We are also requiring an I&I program to reduce inflow and infiltration into the sewer system. So they will have a requirement to repair pipes and ensure that we are not taking in water that shouldn't be taken in our sewer system.
So if there's a breach of any of these thresholds, what does that mean? Does it put a halt to whatever
Yes.
the development is and it stops it?
Yeah. Yeah, well, and when we talk about the additional sanitary sewer flows, if they're connecting to a town pipe that needs to be repaired, they either have to repair that pipe or they can't connect to it.
Seems to make sense.
When it comes to traffic, transportation, and parking, we have thresholds that relate to the timing of intersection improvements. And if you recall, during the environmental review, we spoke about intersection improvements, Quaker Road, South Greeley Avenue, Woodburn Avenue, King Street and North Bedford Road, and Memorial Drive. There's really 3 intersections that were studied and mitigations were proposed. It is also a threshold to monitor the operations of these intersections on a project-by-project basis, to understand what the, whether or not the identified thresholds of improvements are on target for mitigation, that we're doing it right. There are thresholds related to sidewalks and additional sidewalks that should be developed in contingent with certain areas that are to be developed. Specific locations were identified: North Greeley Avenue, King Street, and Bedford Road.
Sabrina, okay.
Parking must be provided on-site or using alternative means that is applicable in the code.
Sabrina, just again, for clarity for people who are listening, if I'm understanding this correctly, you have development A, and after development A is done, before development B comes along, there's a monitoring, if you will, that the traffic at these intersections are at an acceptable level, and if they're not, then there would have to be mitigation and improvement to those intersections before B could come along
The
and come
monitoring
online?
is a little bit separate because it's not, right now, we haven't decided who is doing that monitoring. Because if you recall, these intersections certain intersections needed improvement regardless.
Correct.
And so we really need to look at how to handle monitoring of the intersections in relation to mitigation.
Gotcha.
So you still have decisions to make. When it comes to community services and facilities, we have a threshold regarding a recreation fee for any development over 4 units. We also, when it comes to town police, we have a threshold of 380 to 400 new residents require 1 police officer. So for each 180 to 200 residential units in the study area, it is expected that we would need to assess staffing and related police needs with the police department. And that would happen on an annual basis as it does with the budget. Fire and EMS and town DPW would act in the very same manner that the review of the police department would occur. We'd look at all of those services and determine whether or not we need to increase in any of those areas. It's also important to note that we are anticipating an increase in real estate taxes that will help offset some of these additional expenses. When it came to the library, the town said that we would monitor and keep the school district advised of new development, which would allow them to understand the library's budget and proactively address any operational issues that they may be presented with given increased demand for services. In regards to socioeconomics, This is where we required affordable housing in the form-based district, where we talked about multifamily residential buildings or to have a range of apartment units that are affordable at varying income levels. And any future expansion of the form-based code beyond the North Greeley corridor should consider analysis related to displacing existing residents. And that's really kind of the highlight of the specific thresholds that are in the code. This is kind of the next step slide, which we usually end with. But before we kind of talk about what's next, if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I'm sure we will, but I'm all right now. Is he okay for now?
Yeah, just on this, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're, all four of us for now have said we're all right for now. All right, Ed, Jill.
Next step is another work session. I didn't really hear any questions or comments that I think are going to require us to go back and make further edits. Sabrina, I'm not sure if you've got any further editing, either in parking or any other place in the...
There are a couple of areas in the draft code that, as I've been reviewing it, I've been identifying, you know, the environmental review, the FGEIS, and the finding statement talked about the car share being added into the toolbox. It was not added into the draft that the board received. You know, there was a comment, the town engineer is reviewing some of the processing. He may have some comments that may change. You know, adding a word here or there. Those are what I know about right now.
Ed, let me ask you a question. So if it's allowable to have the shared parking, and before a building goes up, that's what the building developer agrees to. Obviously, he's gonna have to find tenants who are okay with that. Let's say he later on says, well, now, it's not working. What precludes him, and I think this is a reasonable question to ask, or her, to then say, hey, this isn't working? Is the response, well, this is what you did and this is what you asked for? Or is the response, you can accommodate parking, but you're gonna still have to find it until you find parking elsewhere, it can't be built? Or is there some other response? I'm gonna rephrase that. You have to find parking elsewhere, otherwise you can't change your current parking use.
Well, I guess I would need a little bit more information in terms of what exactly is not working and how. So
he says, I'm having a hard time finding tenants because I decided to do this parking share and people don't want to park share.
All right, so sort of a programmatic issue with not being able to tenant a building. Potentially there's an ability to come back and ask for relief for something like that.
But it still would have to satisfy the code elsewhere. I mean,
Yeah.
you still have, the reason why I asked that question, there'd still be the protection built in that if you decided to make the change, you're still gonna have to identify the parking. If you can't identify the parking, you can't change.
Well, you could
Correct.
ask for a variance.
Highly unlikely you would receive a variance for parking.
Yeah,
Where they're
I'm
gonna
talking
park.
more about climbing back into the toolbox and trying to work with the development department to come up with some alternative that
Right.
works.
Right.
So
Which,
Sabrina,
one of those,
Variance.
but one of those is not just to park it on, okay, no, okay, I got it.
okay, I have a different topic question. So, I have a feeling we'll need to revise the language on the threshold as it pertains to the library. Because the library board
thought so.
manages the library budget, not the school
school board.
district. Not the school
Okay,
district.
that's important to know.
So, that's my understanding. The school district owns the library building. The school district shares a ballot line for a budget approval by the public. But I believe the library board manages their budget. So, so perhaps we need some clarity on that point so
I'll look
that
at
the
that.
threshold
Okay.
is reflects how that's managed.
We can do that.
Ed, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
So, this is just to understand. So in reviewing this finding statement, the draft of the code legislation is attached. Is it attached in the adopted finding statement?
No, no, the finding statement's gonna stand.
It's a
as
standalone document. And then you have the legislation. It doesn't reference the legislation as an exhibit.
I don't think there's any intention to do that.
So in other words, if I have comments on the finding statement now and comments, we still have time to craft the legislation later. It's not an exhibit to the finding statement,
Right,
correct?
so, that's right. So what we're going to do at your next work session, or at least what we're anticipating, is to make any final edits to both the finding statement and the legislation, and have documents on your desks that are final in terms of, with respect to the final finding statement, something that could be approved, and with the respect to the legislation, a version that you could set it down for a public hearing and refer that version out for the referrals that I mentioned earlier, Westchester Planning and Newcastle Planning Board.
Mm-hmm. Okay, in that case, I do have plenty of highlighted comments on the finding statement. I don't know that we need to go through all of them now.
You could either send them, maybe we should go through them. It's up,
Really?
Well, you could either go through them or just CC everybody on an email, whatever works for you.
Yeah.
Because we'll want to hear it too, so.
Um,
And if they're.
Okay, well, a few things then. So, like on page 5, it says, from a planning perspective, the objective of the form-based district is to rezone the study area such that the hamlet's existing character is preserved while preserved. So that may be an objective, but I don't think anyone could argue that the existing character is being preserved. That's sort of the point, is that you're adding development. So I would argue with that point. Okay, this one I'll change, alternative D. Okay, that's fine. No, I'm just talking to myself. Hold on. So,
Lisa, was that page 5, what you just read
Yes.
a moment ago?
yes. And just to confirm, on North Greeley, people could develop the entire east side of North Greeley without that exceeding 0.5 acres, I believe, correct? So you wouldn't need to go to planning board.
The entire side of North Greeley is a very difficult description because there is town-owned land on the east side of North Greeley, as well as a utility building.
Okay. Developers who own the private buildings could combine those and develop them without needing planning board approval, correct?
I haven't done that measurement.
Okay, I have, and that's true. So I would like us to consider, this board, not having that requirement or making that requirement significantly lower, because you could develop most of that whole street, other than the town-owned land, without needing, without the planning board approval. And I would think that people would want to have that. I certainly would. So I would feel like we should consider lowering that threshold. I know that came from somewhere. I don't actually, I think that should be lowered. Okay, this car share
Just to refer-
service
Lisa, can you just
thing,
make sure
yeah.
you point, tell us what page?
Oh, this is on page 10? But you know, it's the 0.5 acre requirement. I'm sure
No, I
it's
get it, I just-
more than one
That'll
place.
follow me.
Yeah.
Follow you.
And then also on page 10, again, this car share service on site while voluntarily applying deed restrictions prohibiting specific units from car ownership. I think that is just asking for somebody to ask for a variance, because they're gonna find, I guarantee you, I don't know anybody who lives in all of Newcastle who does not have a car, including the people who live in the apartments on North Greeley. So I would, not sure where that came from, but I think you're just asking for a developer to ask for a variance to say it's impossible for them to lease their apartments with that deed restriction.
So my thought, somewhat similar, just thinking out of the box, to sort of the same point that Lisa's going to. I wonder what developer would come and even consider doing that, knowing that some people may want to drive and automatically out of the gate restrict him or her to build. So the default, though, seems to be is even if they do secure a change, all they're doing is reverting back to the original toolbox, if you will, and they still, again, would have to find parking. Otherwise, they may be stuck, because if they can't find off-site parking, which they're going to have to, then they can't have tenants. They're not going to get a C of O to have the place up and running. So I would think they'd identify it first. And if they couldn't, they'd just be in the same spot they were before.
Right, which is why, honestly, the FGIS was incomplete in studying this, because the parking toolbox does not work. It doesn't. And that should have been analyzed before we declared it complete, because what it essentially does is make this form-based code for anything significant impossible for anyone to build, which is fine by me, but I really think that that's not kind of the goal of this. And I don't know that this ride-sharing idea is getting you there. I mean,
But I would disagree with your final conclusion, but I understand your point. But nonetheless, this is just an issue of where you're going to find parking. It's a mandatory requirement, no matter where you decide to build.
yeah.
And mandatory under current zoning, right? Parking.
Yeah, there's parking requirements.
Okay, so on page 9 now.
So what it might make impossible, right, is a full build-out scenario.
Well, that's certainly prohibited, yes. The full build-out scenario
requirement.
assumes that there's public land use.
Yeah, I mean, the whole parking toolbox doesn't work, but, okay, then under potential impacts, can you just explain on page 9, the beginning of the middle of the third line, it says, under the build-out, changes anticipated would include the consolidation of the retail commercial restaurants in the central part of the hamlet. What does that mean?
It means that going back to the presentation that Eric had made about the Hamlet Center,
Where is the Hamlet Center? Starbucks?
the zone, the Hamlet Center, under the initial study area with the development at the train station, was really the train station being the center.
Yeah, the park was expanded.
Center going from the train station up to the intersection of Greeley Avenue and King Street. Now that we're no longer contemplating development at the train station, the Hamlet Center is really focusing on the Greeley Avenue King Street intersection. There's a required retail area which identifies the commercial core.
Okay, but don't forget, this applies to all 72 acres. So if you're going to call the central part of the hamlet, it doesn't mean the central part of the area about where the form-based code is initially going to be applied. This is talking to the 72 acres. So is this still
Right,
saying that the consolidation of retail commercial restaurants should be around the train station? Is that what this is saying?
No.
But that's what you just said it was saying.
I said initially when, we started out the process, but now it is referring to the preferred alternative D, understanding the board's feelings on the town-owned property at the train station, and focusing on where the required retail area is today.
Okay, so preferred alternative D is the whole 72 acres, so it contemplates town-owned land. So I would urge you to look at this paragraph because it's not written correctly if that's what you're saying. So it's the paragraph under potential impacts on page 9. It's also saying there's going to be the mixed-use pedestrian environment should be centered around the core of the hamlet near the station. So to me, that's very clear where that is. So you need to look at that. The other thing is where you're saying that that parking should be in a concentrated location. I feel like that's code word for parking garage, so if that's what that's meant to be, I think it should say parking garage.
I
'Cause-
don't believe it's meant to be a parking garage.
Okay, well, I don't know where all residential parking is in a concentrated location to accommodate commuter and downtown parking needs. To me, a concentrated location to accommodate commuter and downtown parking needs is a parking garage. So if that's what you mean, I think that's the words that should be used, so as not to try to,
I mean, I don't,
Obfuscate
I
it.
think, yeah, I think that you would be naive to think that if this ever becomes a maximum build-out, again, you have to have a buy-in from the public and use public land, and one assumes that either there's going to be a private-public partnership or some sort of agreement that there would be a parking garage somewhere in the train station lot. Or maybe it's tucked behind Village Market there. I have no idea, but there would have to be, if it ever came to that point, and you would know in advance, because no one's building unless they know they can park it, there would be an enormous and long-winded, and rightfully so, discussion on how it's gonna happen and where.
right. All I
So
said
don't-
is,
don't
I
think it's an
feel
issue.
like these words are trying to obfuscate the fact that you're saying parking garage, so use the word parking garage instead of these words.
I think it's not prescripting anything, right? These are like descriptive language around potential impacts.
Right.
So where the people are, there will need to be parking.
In a
I think-
concentrated location to accommodate, that's a parking garage, so just say parking garage. Then,
Also, I think the language around the consolidation of retail and commercial, I'm not really seeing the problem with that language. Like, where the development happens is where the businesses will go. That's the spirit of this whole thing.
okay. Then this, you already explained.
Just give me the page when you go.
No, she already explained it. Then on the top of page 11, it says, given the town board's intention to implement a portion of the preferred alternative, the North Greeley corridor, the time period for the maximum build-out to occur would be even longer than 15 years. You can't say that because you can't predict. There's an election in November. The next town board, again, if it's the wrong board, could come in and adopt this on the whole 72 acres. So you can't, which could happen in a matter of months. So you can't say that the time period is going to be longer than 15 years because you can't predict what a future board's going to do.
Let me just jump in and say, before we play politics, has any candidate said they want to adopt the whole 72 acres? I don't believe so. I've never heard it.
I'm
No.
saying
That-
it
that
could
aside,
happen.
That-
Right,
that
Lisa
aside-
could decide she wants to adopt the whole 72
Right.
acres if she were
So-
elected. I certainly can assure the community that I'm not running with any candidates who have that intention.
So to get to the point of this, the initial assumption, if you will, was that if this build-out all happened started immediately, if it was all permissible immediately, it would take roughly 15 years to see the maximum build-out. If it was all approved immediately. Now we're piecemealing it if it ever even gets there. So we're only doing the North Greeley corridor. So by default, it's not all happening at once in terms of approval, therefore that 15 years is going to be extended.
But you don't know that, is my point. A town board could come in, and if it's politically expedient, could decide they want to do this at any point. I'm not saying who, I'm saying it could be done, so I just feel like this statement needs to come out.
In my view, politically expedient would mean the robust support of the public.
Not necessarily.
Right,
So-
so we get it, so, I certainly have no objection to it, but you can make notes of it and we can.
Yeah, I
comment
mean,
on it
that's
later.
not true, though. I mean, this is being done against significant residential opposition, and it's still being done. So I think to say you would do this only with public support is disingenuous. Okay.
So I have a question because, part of the process here is making red lines to the finding statement and, or comments in a track change format to the finding statement and determining whether or not the entire board agrees with making the changes.
Right, so that's what, but Ed wanted me to go through it. I said I would send it.
Well, I think-
No, but I think if you do send it by email, then we don't have this public discussion. I don't want a decision or a consensus reached by email. We should do it in
Okay.
a work session.
Well, I would
Right.
assume I
So I just
would
wanna
send the
let everybody
changes,
know.
Sabrina could do a markup, and
After
then
this-
we would discuss it.
Well, we could, but I think we're into it, and I think the discussion is valuable now. It would also be valuable to get a written version of your comments so that we make sure we've covered everything.
It's hard to just
Okay.
remember too, to go through them. so.
Yeah, I mean, we're not really discussing it, though, I'm
Well,
just kind of
But
talking.
Sabrina's point, she and I need to know if there are if there's a consensus for making a change, and then we'll get to it.
Yep. Okay. Okay, and then okay, I got that. And, I don't see how on page 13, the form-based code improves circulation between hamlets. It doesn't do anything between the hamlets, so I'm not sure why that's in there. In the bottom of the second paragraph on page 11, I don't have my glasses, yes, 11.
Well, is that,
Was top of page 13 or bottom of 11?
On page 11, the bottom of the second paragraph. Says many of the specific goals of the 2017 comprehensive plan are met with the proposed action. And this allows flexibility to permit a sustainable mix of commercial and residential uses and improve circulation between hamlets. It does no such thing. So that, in my opinion, should come out. It also says in that same paragraph, it's limiting adverse impacts to community character. I think that should come out.
I mean, again, I certainly disagree with the latter. I don't see how just because you go up a matter of feet potentially to a story potentially, all of a sudden diminishes or demolishes community character. But that's a matter of opinion about what type of character and how bucolic North Greeley is, for example.
But
That's
it's
the
not
matter of
talking
opinion.
to North Greeley, that's the thing. It's talking to the whole
I'm just-
72
I
acres,
just,
so.
as I said, for example.
Yeah.
So I don't see overall even how maintaining 3 stories up King Street, which, yes, there's a difference of feet, changes and distorts and ruins the community character, so.
Well,
I
putting
would
in
disagree.
963 additional units, I would argue would impact the community character. If you're building, which is what the FGIS, and the finding statement says, if you're building all those buildings around the train station, which is what I know you're saying we would have to go through a process, but we're looking at this document that's talking about the whole 72 acres, so we have to see it as that big piece, even if it's not what you're anticipating doing right now.
I understand.
So, to me, building all those buildings around the train station where this document is saying it needs to be centered is not not limiting adverse impacts to community character. So we can discuss it, but I'm asked to give my comments. Then also, the town board was talking about,
Sorry, before
Before
we
we-
move on.
sorry.
Do you know if there was a bullet that was part of the original vision that addressed this circulation between Hamlet's Point?
Yeah, I actually wanted to pause and ask Sabrina that question because that also has Jill and I scratching our head a little bit.
Connie, I'm gonna throw that one to you.
Yeah, I do remember it being in the FEIS and that list of how the goals of the comp plan were complied with. I'd have to go back and look at that table and see what it said about that one.
Yeah, I had a lot of changes to that table that were not incorporated, so this is probably one of those.
I mean, I would question in terms of what Lisa shared, but not necessarily the whole sentence, starting with allowing
Yeah,
flexibility.
I think it's just the end of that sentence, so
end.
just get
Yeah,
some
yeah.
clarity on what that is
Yeah.
pointing to, and
Just-
if it is pointing to something or not.
Yeah, it's just the phrase, improve circulation between hamlets, and the phrase, limiting adverse impacts to community character. In that,
No, we're looking
they're
at-
both in the same sentence, in that same paragraph.
So I would believe that improved circulation between hamlets is included in the comprehensive plan, but maybe not in this action.
Well, we'll take a look at it. Maybe
Right,
bottom line.
okay. Then the town board, we had talked about limiting the east side of North Greeley to 3 stories. And we had also talked about limiting the west side of North Greeley to 4 stories, to 3 stories. I don't know that we ever actually came, yes, we did. And Lauren had said she was in favor of 3 on both sides.
That on North Greeley? No,
Yeah.
definitely not.
Okay, we can go back to the tape, but I
Yeah,
don't.
you can absolutely go back to the tape. It was
Okay,
November 20th. You can check it.
I'm not trying to be contentious here, Lauren.
You are
I'm-
absolutely being contentious, Lisa, and honestly, you've been contentious this entire time. Let's
Why?
focus
Because
on the
I read the
document.
document and have comments. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm making comments on the document.
Okay, I don't think.
I would love
if
to
it
hear
wa- if
other
it wasn't-
comments
if
on
it
the
wasn't
document
clear-
from other board members.
If it wasn't,
So my point is, we had discussed limiting North Greeley potentially to 3 stories, the whole street. And I don't remember making a decision that we're only doing it on one side.
I have zero recollection, and if we did, I really truly have no recollection. It seemed that it was 4 on both initially, and we agreed to go to 3 on east, so I'm a little confused, but I have no recollection, and I don't think anyone in the town board supports, I mean, I don't know about you, but supports 3 stories on the west side, so, as a reduction, or
Okay.
removal of commercial on the west
Is
side.
does everyone want to weigh
Retail.
in on that one?
I have been pretty clear on my desire for 4 stories on the west side of the street and 3 stories on the east.
Okay,
Me too.
Okay.
You could even also refer back to, I believe it was September 14th when we discussed this, and I particularly pointed that 3 stories is appropriate on the east side of North Greeley, primarily just so it wouldn't impact the adjacent homeowners.
okay. So since this seems to be getting contentious for some reason, I'm going to just send the rest of my comments to you, and we can discuss it at the next meeting.
Well, I certainly think you should share.
I
I'm
don't
not-
want to go through them anymore. I'll send them to you. Did anyone else have any comments on the document?
I'm all right for now, we can certainly send something
Yes,
off.
Sabrina, I'm sorry, Jeremy.
No, I'm saying I'm all right, so go ahead.
Okay. I wasn't sure about, on page 9, which is the bottom page number, because there's different page numbers on my packet, so I apologize.
Okay.
But anyway, in the sentence, implementation of the build-out would result in a net increase of 997 multifamily residential units.
Yep.
I don't know if I'm accurately, recalling this, because my understanding was anything that's a net increase is what the maximum build-out is minus what we currently can do. So wouldn't that 997 be like 600 something?
It's not minus what you can do, Lauren.
Okay.
It's just, Bonnie, it's minus the existing condition.
Oh,
So
like
the
what's built
build-out in the
currently?
PDIF, yeah, it describes that.
Well, I think one of the planning board's point, Lauren, was that, I think it was maybe Tom Curley, was that you should consider that you shouldn't start off with 0, you should be starting off with 341 additional that could be built, but this is a different analysis.
Okay.
That's a different alternative, actually.
Right, so that's why the chart at the end, the table that compares the preferred alternative, the existing condition, the existing build-out, that's very helpful to get the net increases.
And then my other question was on page 11, the bottom page number again, where it refers to 1 bedroom, 2/3 of the units, so 642, and then 2 bedroom, 321 units. Is that essentially saying, any building should have the 2/3 be 1 bedroom and 1/3 be 2 bedroom?
That's saying what has been studied, what was studied in the environmental review and what the build-out was based on. We have not said that as a threshold. I don't know that the town board has determined that.
Right, and then I think, as my understanding from the town board, is we were planning and identifying and implementing a range of housing unit sizes to be
The
consistent.
code has housing unit sizes
Yes.
already for affordable units.
So when do we make that decision?
Well, it would be in the code, so
The
right
actual
now,
code.
the draft that you have on your desks doesn't require a hard percentage, if you will, as between bedrooms. So you're not, any particular building's not gonna be up against a hard requirement that it be 1/3, 2/3. You know, there is a prohibition with respect to 3-bedroom, right? So the code lists the type of units that are buildable, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it goes efficiency, studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, Sabrina?
Correct.
But doesn't allocate
We
or
did not
dictate.
analyze anything greater than a 2-bedroom unit.
Right, so if we wanted to say, tell me if I'm understanding this correctly, Ed, if we wanted to say each building had to have this percentage, in theory, we could do that. We could also say that in totality, whatever's built out has to have these, this type of equation. In other words, if someone built X amount of 2s, they can't only have certain amounts, so going forward, you'd lose those 2-bedroom.
I
So
think
we have
you
to
could
be
either-
creative about how we do
I
it.
think either approach is viable.
Hey, Ed, not to put you on the spot, because you may not know this by heart, but what is section 60-600 of the zoning code?
What page is this?
60.
It's on the form-based code. I'm getting ahead of myself, but section 60-600, I mean, I could
Is
look
that
it up.
amendments? I think that's amendments.
It is. Do you know
So,
what?
well, 6600, and Sabrina's in front of a computer, so hopefully she'll fact check me here, but I think
I'm gonna go
600
get
is the,
my code, hang on.
600 is the section that talks about how zoning amendment, how the zoning code is amended, the process. And remember earlier we talked about referrals to
Yep.
the Newcastle Planning Board being one? That's a mandatory step in the amendment process.
Right. I'm impressed that you knew what section it was. Yeah, it's referenced here. What?
It's confirmed, it's the amendment procedure.
Right, I know. I wanted to know it, because it says it'll be done as in section 60-600, but I don't know what that says.
It's the process that needs to be undertaken to change something on the
Public
zoning.
hearing. Public hearing and the mandatory referrals.
That's it.
I think,
Okay.
yeah, I think that's all. It's not
Okay.
right?
Yeah, that's what it
That's
is.
basically it.
Okay.
There's more words than that,
More
but in
words.
general, that's how
Yep.
it's put into
That's-
practice.
Okay,
In a
okay,
nutshell.
thanks. So we're not doing comments to the code right now?
Look, you certainly can, and again, if it's more helpful to circulate written comments and then take them up at the next work session, that's perfectly fine. What I just don't want to do is bounce emails back and forth,
Yep.
because the public is not going to see
Yep.
or hear
Well,
your discussion.
I think, though, it is helpful to put it in writing and emails that certainly we can make available to share.
So
our-
if I may,
our
I share Ed's
ideas.
concern about dialogue occurring via email, but I think if you can submit to me your comments, I will create one tracked change document with everyone's comments, and we could go through and the board can decide whether or not they want it changed or how they feel about a certain issue.
Right. So we should all give you comments, and then you'll track them all with like each of our names on, like, different colors, so we can,
I don't know if I could do different colors,
okay,
but I can definitely put your name by it in parentheses or your initials.
okay.
I just go into my head now, everyone has different initials.
But I need to understand, do you
Yes.
have these comments tonight, or do you need to get them to, like, what's the timing of this?
Well,
Well, I have to type them up. Like, I highlighted stuff here so I could talk to them, but I didn't like do a markup. I just have like notes to myself and highlights, but I don't have it in a form I can give it to you, so I have to actually mark up the document, instead of just my notes with highlights that I knew I could speak to. So I can do that. It's not gonna be tonight.
well, why don't we provide them, what date you need them would be comfortable for you? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that question.
Why don't you
What is
decide
tolerable? What is tolerable for you?
to have by your next meeting?
Yeah, well, that's doable, yeah.
Yeah, when's your meeting again on the 26th?
Tuesday, 6 days.
6 days, so
So Monday.
You know, Sabrina, I will say that when the consultants, oh, maybe this might not have been the same format that we did, but I remember when I read the FGIS for Hampton Bays, they did have like a table that showed each one of the questions per each section of the code. And it was very straightforward where it had, okay, as it relates to parking, so-and-so said this, so-and-so said that, so-and-so said this. I think maybe if we could bucket it that way, I can just email you what the template looks like. That might just be
That would be
easier.
helpful.
Because I think what I'm sure all of us on the town board is concerned about is, you know, covering all of the issues or just addressing any concerns that we have in a productive way so that, you know, whoever surfaces it, then we can at least, you know, approach that person or that town board member and say, okay, what's your reasoning behind this? You know what I mean?
Right, well, and here's the thing, you know, I'm happy to do that in a document if it makes it easier for everyone, or we can continue as Lisa is going through right now.
Well, what's easier for you? I mean, just doing a markup where you put our initials next to it seems
Sitting here with my
easier.
other screen with the finding statement open, kind of commenting and tracking changes as you're talking.
Well, I think I'm certainly
That
gonna
seems
have,
easier.
I'm
Right,
gonna have some,
but I am also in my mind going, this is Lisa's comment, how does everyone else feel?
Right.
And we're not having the how does everyone else feel conversation about everything you're talking about, Lisa.
yeah, that's why, in part, I think it'd be easier that we all submit, because we may just find that we're gonna be on the same page on as some, and we don't have to sit here and waste our time going over the same thing, and when I say waste our time, it's gonna be made public, but we don't have to debate something that we don't need to debate.
So in terms of timing, when can Sabrina and Bonnie and I expect comments?
My markup by the weekend?
Fine.
Can it be Saturday, so
Or over the weekend, some point before Monday.
I would set Monday as the deadline,
Yeah.
Okay.
Monday noon.
And I just want to say, like, the board should not think just because I have comments on something does not mean I'm being contentious. I'm actually just being diligent and
Lisa, I'm
trying to
not
go through
discounting
those-
your diligence.
I'm
It's just you
just
have your
finished
passive aggressive side comments and you're being confrontational, and I'm absolutely going to confront you about that because I think it's unnecessary. So that's my point of view, and perhaps you don't agree with it, but we could certainly roll back the tape.
Okay, I appreciate your point of view. My point of view is I'm just saying I have comments on this document and I wanted to go through them and discuss them. My having issues or questions with the document should not be taken as an affront against any board member or any staff member who's doing, I know, very diligent work getting this done. So I can't help it if that's how you interpret it, but that is not my intent. My intent is to do a diligent job of going through this document and asking the questions that are supposed to be asked and taking a hard look under SECRA.
All right, so Ed, by Monday at 12 o'clock, hopefully sooner, earlier, although I don't expect Sabrina to do this all weekend, so that's not likely gonna happen and it shouldn't happen. What's our next step then? We're just going to submit these by that point?
Well, you know, sooner would be,
Yeah, as I said.
would be
preferably
great,
before then.
just so that there's not a lot of time between, you know, Monday noon
I
and.
totally understand.
Monday and Tuesday.
And let me also suggest that when the board members circulate or send their comments to Sabrina, they circulate them among all of your colleagues as well, so you're all seeing them in real time and have a little bit more time to review them before next Tuesday night. But then next Tuesday night, we'd be in a position to have some kind of a matrix,
I think that's more efficient.
but some sort of organized way to go through each of your comments on both the finding statement and the legislation.
And Ed, just to go through this one more time. So I remember when the finding statement, and were you on you weren't on the board for that. I don't think anyone else on the board was involved in this. So I remember, well, no, I know you were. When the finding statement was looked at for Chappaqua Crossing, I remember there being significant discussions about mitigation, and the FGIS is supposed to talk about all of the environmental impacts. And then the town board is supposed to take that FGIS and use it to inform a decision that changes do or don't need to be made, and we are okay or not okay with what it says in there. So for instance, if we know traffic is going to go up X%, we may say we're not okay with that. So in order to mitigate it, we want to do X, Y, or Z. And that goes into the finding statement.
Right, I was gonna say, the finding statement is the place where you see the go, no-go, the decision.
Right.
That's what, not the FGEIS, but the finding statement is where you find that. I think also, you may be remembering at the end of that finding statement, there was just a long list of mitigations, and that was just a stylistic way that was for that finding statement. They were all listed at the back of the document. They were, since that was a project-based finding statement,
Right.
It was really more of a checklist for the applicant, and I think a more efficient, user-friendly way to deal with the conditions. It's not to
Right.
say that we couldn't do it here, but that's not the way this one was
No,
drafted.
I don't even need to do that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, I feel like we need to have that discussion, not just kind of marking up, I don't like these words in the document, but I feel like we as a board need to have a deeper discussion as to, now that we have a finding statement, we need to go through it and see what we are comfortable accepting and what we're not comfortable accepting. I mean, unless, and you guys can speak for yourselves, unless the rest of the board is comfortable with everything in there. But I feel like, don't we need to have that fuller discussion now as to the FGEIS, and what, now that that study and analysis has been done, what are we now as a board with respect to our town willing to accept or not accept in that document? And I feel like we're not having that conversation.
By way of thresholds or something else?
Or not really the threshold so much, but more like saying, okay, it says that, we're gonna need this type of parking, or the traffic is gonna have this impact, or the schools, for instance, the apartment numbers are gonna bring in this number of kids, no matter what analysis we agree with. So we as a town board need to look at that and say, well, are we okay with that number of kids? And if we are, fine. If we're not, is there something we want to do to the finding statement to say we're not okay with that, but we find that there's an adverse impact there, but we can mitigate it by doing X? And I feel like we need to have that conversation.
It sounds like
does that make sense?
I think so. That sounds to me like the balancing that the
Right.
board has to do, the weighing of the benefits of the preferred action against the environmental impacts, all of which you have thresholds for, though. You don't have any unmitigated environmental impacts, at least per the GEIS and the finding statement. So that's, again, to me, sounds like the sort of the qualitative weighing that's appropriate for the board to do in the finding statement.
Right.
So, but I thought that's the purpose of the thresholds.
Yeah.
Okay, so the thresholds are the mitigations.
Yes.
But
Yes.
And so this discussion that we've been having all along about the thresholds and their appropriateness is that same discussion that we're talking about.
And it's all based in the GEIS. All of the practicable thresholds or mitigations have been identified in that process. And it's a question of now the board doing that, weighing and implementing the ones that you determine are practicable.
So when do we have that discussion?
This is that discussion.
it seems in large part, we've been doing that all along. That's how we got here.
We had,
I feel like the thresholds were put in the document, but we never actually discussed where some of them came from, or if that's doing enough or not enough. They were kind of like, oh, these are the thresholds that are in the document, but we didn't sit down as a board and really flesh those out as to if, and maybe you're all just comfortable with them and it's just me, but
I just feel like we've been talking about them for months.
I feel like
And
they've been talked at us for
at
months,
each-
but
at
we
each,
haven't been
uh,
discussing them.
Identified impact. Sabrina has been presenting a threshold
right.
Right,
that could
presenting,
be
yes.
implemented
And I don't
for
wanna speak-
discussion.
I don't want to speak for anybody, but it seems also that if there was an issue with the threshold, it would have been objected to, which I know you did to numerous ones.
Yes.
But not
Jeremy,
everybody-
can you talk closer to the mic, please? Thanks.
Yes, I can. The thresholds have been discussed, and we've had the opportunity to object to them or accept them. And I was saying that I understand and that Lisa obviously had issue with many of them, but we've had the opportunity to voice those objections and question them, question the thresholds. So I'm not quite sure then to rediscuss them again. I mean, I guess I would argue and say if people have specific specific objections, then they should share them.
If there are concerns about thresholds, that they don't go far enough, or that they should be reworked in some way, that is certainly something that the board can talk about now. I would say that you need to look at the environmental record, and by that I mean the DGIS and the FGIS. Those documents should inform that discussion, right? Because that process has been complete. You have that information. We have been talking about thresholds throughout that period of time.
All right, I guess okay. I mean, I feel like that when the FGIS was declared complete, it was really as to the environmental review, not necessarily the efficacy of the thresholds. And I feel like we've heard residents speak to the thresholds. We haven't really discussed it much, other than Sabrina's presented them, definitely, and Bonnie's presented them. But I feel like we haven't discussed them. And like the issues I had with them, I don't recall discussing. I just gave the comments and I never heard about it again.
So where does that leave us? So my understanding, but certainly it's not controlling, is that we've had the opportunity, and there was not agreement, at least with many of what issues that Lisa had, and satisfaction, for lack of a better term, with many of the responses or thresholds or answers that Sabrina and Bonnie, and in cases you as counsel, returned to us or responded to us.
Yeah, I do recall there being discussion about the thresholds, that some have changed. We've added some. I couldn't take them off the top of my head, but there have been discussions about them, and you can continue to discuss.
But also we refine them too. I think that's important.
Well, we've made many changes along the way because it's based on the conversations about issues that we've had and concerns that we've had.
I mean,
That's where we are where we are.
I mean, I feel like the three parts of this process have been integrated all along, which is meant, I think, to be the intention, right? So that as impacts are revealed through the environmental impact process, thresholds are discussed, revisions to thresholds are discussed as new impacts are discussed, and the elements of the legislation are discussed. So I have certainly seen revision of all of these things in concert through the whole process as a product of town board discussion with our experts, discussion with our interested parties, and discussion with the public.
Yeah, and the last one being really key, right? That public participation and the comments that you received, that's the point of SECRA. And there have been changes, there have been refinements to the thresholds based on public input and involvement.
Well, that's why we brought back in the planning board, the architectural review board, whether there's satisfaction amongst everyone. That's why it's there. That's why we've limited 3 stories on the east side of North Greeley. That's why we remove 5-story buildings anywhere in the hamlet. So there's been numerous efforts along the way to address these issues in real time.
Sabrina, just so you know, because you don't know what you look like, you're giant on the screen here, and
Oh,
we
I
can.
know what I look like.
Okay, because we can see you texting and laughing the whole time. So just so you know, you're huge, and we can all see what's happening. So
Well, I was just commenting on how giant I am.
Yeah, and that she's back from the ladies' room, just in case you wanted to know.
okay,
Thanks for joining
I'd
us.
rather her pay attention. Okay, so I guess in other words, when like the school board came and they had a view on numbers, and then our consultants had a view on numbers, I guess the town board just decided this consultant numbers are correct, right? We're not editing at all.
There was, yeah, when the school board made their comments with respect to what we call PSA generation, the town's consultants took a deeper dive at that, and the discussion that you saw in the FGEIS was a product of that additional amplified
But-
review, if you
Yeah.
will.
I guess I'm concerned that our last meeting, the school board members who were here, and then they've written a letter too to us, said they took a lot of issue with the numbers that the consultant provided, and we never really discussed significantly, maybe with both parties, as to if the consultant numbers are correct, if the school board are correct, or if it's somewhere in the middle.
Well, yeah, I think the discussion in the FGIS took us there, it took you there as a board, right? The discussion there looked at and accepted, for argument's sake, the school district's top number, the 256, assuming that you flip the 2 and 3 bedroom count allocation, assuming that you take the district-specific multiplier rather than the Rutgers number, and the school district's top number was 256. And the FGIS did a number of things with respect to this issue, but one of them was accepted that number and said, do we have a significant adverse impact? That was in there. That discussion was had in the FGIS.
Right, I was gonna just.
It's also in the finding statement.
Yeah, I saw it in there.
Right, what I don't believe it altered, or at least altered in the last 2 weeks, is a threshold beyond the inclusion of the school board as a referred agency when a project is proposed, right?
Right,
So it doesn't change anything.
This, as I recall, the school district, their first letter to you suggested 2 thresholds. And one was the one that, as I said earlier, was adopted, which has to do with information sharing with respect to enrollment. And the other was a sort of a hard threshold with respect to what the PSA number could be. But the where the FGEIS landed was that even if you take the top number, that you still don't have an adverse
Right.
environmental impact. So then, if that's the case, what would the number be?
The short of it is, for lack of a better term, we've litigated this back and forth, and we are where we are, and we're using that 256, as I understand it, as you just said, and it was determined in this sort of worst-case scenario, which is not the right term, but in the most maximum impactful scenario, the adverse impacts weren't there that one might expect. And we've discussed this, I think, a lot.
Okay.
All right, so in terms of next steps, is that, Jill says that there are a lot of hands up in the waiting room.
So, first of all, I think Sabrina, do you need a moment? Did you have to?
I already went.
Okay,
I'm good.
all right.
There are 2 hands up.
Okay, there's 2 hands up. Well, so, I mean, we normally don't take comment now, but if there's just 2 hands up, I'm happy to let those 2 hands come up.
Okay, Roger Klepper, just unmute yourself, please. Roger, you just need to unmute yourself.
Yeah. No, I Hopefully I have now. Can you hear
Yep,
me?
we got you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation tonight. So the comment, the portion of the finding statement, the limited adverse impact to community character. Is it correct to say, as opposed to, the comment, regarding the flow between Millwood and between the hamlets, that the limited adverse impact to community character, that's not really kind of a discretionary term to include, that's kind of goes to the core of what a finding statement is. Is that pretty accurate?
Socioeconomic impact is a recognized area of environmental concern.
Okay, I mean, I said limited, the language I think was limited adverse impact to community character. I think that language was in there. I mean, that's a pretty important aspect of findings, right?
I don't know if you're referring to a specific language and asking,
I think he's referring to what I just read out loud.
Yeah, Lisa read that language.
and what about it?
I mean, I'm saying that's pretty core to the findings. I mean, it's not, I think Lisa also talked about the flow between hamlets. I mean, maybe that's more of a discretionary item.
I mean, it's
And
one
it's
of many.
page 3 of the finding statement, or 5 in the packet. I actually didn't notice there were two
Yeah, there's two numbers.
So,
It's in the top
anyway.
paragraph, I think.
Okay, so that's, all right, so, I mean, I'll posit that that's pretty important based on what I've read about the findings. That seems to be kind of a central theme of the findings. So you can.
What's your question?
disagree.
What's your question?
I'm getting it. So, so beyond that, so we've talked about the 6 acres, right? And, that comment and the standard for analysis of the FGIS and the finding statement, to the extent, I mean, let's just sort of play sort of imaginary game here. And let's pretend that the plan was to implement the full 72 acres, a code that corresponded to what's allowed in the finding statement, call it December or whatever the expected timing is for implementation of the code. Would that have any bearing on, the standard of analysis in the finding statement or even the language? I mean, I know there's references to the 6 acres, but, all of these matters, should the town board view the findings in the FGIS in the same way, if the plan was to implement a code for 72 acres as it is currently with a plan for 6 acres?
So if I understand correctly, the question is, would anything be different if the town board was mapping 72 acres rather than 6?
As when it comes to the finding statement and the FGIS?
Off the top of my head, I don't think those documents would change.
Okay.
I mean, certainly,
So-
there is discussion about what it means as a practical matter to take only 10% of the study area and remap it, and we've spent time talking about that. So I don't want to say it wouldn't change at all.
Okay.
But the 72 acres has been studied for secret purposes. We can agree on that.
Okay. So let me go on. So if a town board member felt that 4 stories and if the plan were to implement with the full 72 acres in December, and if a full town board member felt that what's included in the finding statement did not limit the adverse impacts to community character, then that would be as relevant with the plan for 6 acres as if there were a plan for 72 acres. Is that right?
Are you saying,
You're asking us to speculate as
Yeah,
to
I
the thinking of,
understand.
we're not going to do that.
No, but you're saying for the purpose of the findings, whether there's a plan to, I mean, I referenced language that's in the finding statement. So you said that the finding statement should be, whatever the plan is, shouldn't have any bearing on the standard of the analysis for the finding statement. So a board member should be just as comfortable with that language if there's a plan to implement on 6 acres as if there is a plan to implement on 72 acres. I mean, these are very simple, logical conclusions to the conversation we're having.
I admittedly, I guess I'm illogical. You have me sort of spinning.
I'm certainly not going to speculate on what a board member
Yeah.
feels comfortable about.
I don't
No,
know.
I mean, we're
Ask
talking
the
about the
board, I mean,
language.
I think the board members,
Being comfortable, we're talking about the analysis of the finding statement and being comfortable with the finding statement, right? So they have to be as comfortable with the finding statement. I mean.
all right, so let me
this is
interrupt for a
language
second,
in the
Roger.
finding statement.
Let
So
me-
this is language in the finding statement and not the technical stuff that, oh yes, some things will change based on, the plan to implement 6 acres. This is,
So-
kind of goes to the core of the finding statement and the core of the analysis in the FGEIS. So, there has to be the same level of comfort with that as if, there were 6 acres, a plan for 6 acres, as if there was a plan for 72 acres. We've
Roger.
already kind of been through that, right?
Roger, are you, can I just paraphrase for a second? Because I think we're a little confused. Are you, is what you're trying to say is the finding statement applies to all 72 acres, so we need to be comfortable with that statement for the entire study area?
Well, I'm actually going to be very specific now. I mean, because Lauren asked about.
That's what we were waiting for. Just go ahead and say it, ask it.
Lauren asked earlier whether, there would be any impediment to, we'd be forced to apply the what's in the finding statement to, as part of the zoning. And because, as she acknowledged on November 20th, she said that she is not comfortable with 4 stories, right? Which is to say that 4 stories, and just now I'm sort of, maybe putting words in her mouth, would not, limit the adverse impacts to the character of the community. And it seemed like, the plan to only implement 6 acres, there was some comfort derived from that. Whereas, I think we ascertained that the language in the finding statement has to be independent of that. That you have to be as comfortable with what's in the finding statement, if there's a plan to implement for 6 acres, as if there's a plan to implement for 72 acres. And we can't go back, it's on tape. I already had that conversation with Ed earlier in this discussion.
So isn't the bottom line, Ed, that if Lauren, because this is referencing Lauren, let's call her L11, and we don't want to expose her. If L11 has an objection to the FGIS, even though she's accepted it, whether it's for the 6 acres or the 72 acres, she can voice that opinion that she has issue with it. I mean, that's what it boils down to.
Yeah.
It's not an objection to the FGIS. It's what, because now we take what's in the FGIS,
Right.
which should be like objective, and we then decide
Yep.
what we're willing to accept.
Right.
So
So
I
she's not willing
think
to
what we're
accept it,
saying is
which
that
we already
change
did.
could be made in the finding statement, right?
Sorry, which,
I just think there's no impediment. The bottom line, instead of, I think Roger, and I appreciate it, but I think we have to move this forward. So.
No, we don't. No, Jeremy.
So, hold
Jeremy,
on. Yes,
Jeremy,
Roger.
we
Yes,
don't-
Roger.
we
Yes,
don't- we
Roger.
don't-
So,
we don't have to move this forward.
Ed,
Like, all
I don't
of a
mean,
sudden we've gotten to the point-
Roger,
we've gotten to the
Roger.
point that's very
Roger,
important.
Roger, I don't mean move this forward as in take a vote
No,
of some kind.
we've gotten
I'm
to the
talking
point
about,
of a board member
Roger.
has acknowledged that they don't
Roger,
support
Roger,
the language that's
Roger.
in the finding statement.
I get it, Roger. So,
I know you get it, but what are you going to do about it?
well, there's nothing to do about it unless there's some legal impediment, which I don't think there's a legal impediment, and we have a board member who's here who can voice her issues one way or another, and why she voiced that opinion, she can certainly follow it up. But just because she made a statement about her view in particular on four-story buildings generally, it doesn't mean that this whole thing falls apart because you're only approving for 6 and not 72, but you needed to approve it for 72. So I think we're playing who's on first. This is going in circles. If
you're
Lauren
playing
doesn't
who's-
want to proceed, then we wouldn't proceed.
No, you're playing who's on first. It means the language that's at the core of the finding statement is not true.
You're making that assumption, but Roger, you're making that assumption. I haven't heard that from Lauren. She has that ability to make that
Well,
statement.
it's the reason why she asked earlier whether it would mean necessarily that force that you know what's
Hey,
agreed to in
Roger.
the findings
No, I
would
think
be-
that now you're, okay, now you're definitely deducing something that's not accurate.
Okay.
So first of all, when I asked about the finding statement, so this was in response to Lisa's question earlier, because there's a lot of fear out there that people think that if we adopt the finding statement, that the legislation automatically applies to the entire study area, in which case the feedback that I've been receiving from like Robert Fleischer, from Warren Gottlieb, the concerns are that we're putting our town making our town vulnerable to litigation because we're adopting a finding statement to the full 72 acres, whereas the actual legislation, like how legislation and the law, occurs today, the law is the law. A developer can't arbitrarily come in and say, well, you adopted this finding statement for the entire 72 acres. I can build a 4-story building on South Greeley. That's not how that works. That would be completely unfounded. Like the judge would throw that out. So please let me finish. That's what I was referring to make sure that folks who are listening to this, we're covered as far as the law goes.
But you agree that, let me ask you a question. The findings, to the extent it allows 4 stories on South Greeley.
Lauren's not on trial.
Do you think that?
This is not, Roger, Roger.
No, let me
No,
finish.
Roger, we're
No,
finished for now. You can submit something to us, Roger.
Do you feel like that
Roger.
limits the adverse impacts of the character of the community? That's language in the finding statement. Do you agree with that language?
I do agree with that language. I think that there are a lot of elements in the finding statement that mitigates that issue of view sheds, of whatever it is. And yes, I have said that, there are parts of town which I would like to maintain at 3 stories. I don't think we're quite there yet. We're still in the work session, Roger. So if that's what you're trying to game me to say, then okay, there you go. I don't really know what more you need.
All right.
Well, no, it's not a game, Lauren.
It certainly seems like it. I'm just being honest. So, again, like we're going in circles. I'm trying to
this
be
is-
very clear.
So, Roger,
Like I said before, no, Jeremy.
No,
I
yes,
appreciate-
Roger,
I just-
Roger, we're going in circles,
No,
Roger.
she said, I'm not trying to play a
Okay,
game.
I'm sure
I
you're,
appreciate your honesty and your candor. All I want is for the legislation and what you're doing to reflect that, okay? And I appreciate that, and I'm trying to just interact in good faith. So, I know this feels personal.
It's
but
not
I really
personal.
just-
It's not personal, Roger. You're just my issue with your tone and your style is that you're insinuating something that is completely inaccurate, and I am, as you had said, you appreciate my candor. I am giving you crystal clear communication so that you understand the process.
all right, thank you, Roger. All right,
Thank-
Carrie, how many people have their hand up?
We have 3 people now.
All right, this is not,
Ed, do we?
I'm gonna set a time, here's what I'm gonna do. I think it's now 9:45. I'm gonna set to 10:15 to be done. That's 9:48, so 10:15 to be done. All right, you're right. Let's be done at 10 o'clock. It's 9:48. 9:48, you have 10 minutes, we'll just do just another 10 minutes or 12 minutes. So whoever's up, we have till 10 o'clock.
Saying 5 minutes a person.
Okay, Robert F., please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
No.
We have till 10 o'clock, Mr. Fleischer.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
We're here.
Okay. So I'm not going to even give any comments here. I was going to ask, as part of the other findings statements that we've been through as part of a community during the previous decade, it seemed like there was a lengthy process that involved kind of the public and the public making comments on the finding statement. And I feel like that's being kind of short-circuited in this iteration of a finding statement. This is a very complex document, and it's at the crux of everything because it totally modifies or can modify the entire FGEIS. And so is what we're saying here is there's not going to be a public hearing about this. There was extensive public hearings or public feedback sessions on the Chapel Crossing stuff, on the Conifer stuff, when they got to the finding statement. And now it feels like that's going to be all short-circuited. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
Oh, there was no finding statement on Conifer. That was a conditional neg deck. Never got to a finding statement.
Okay. So
There was
Chapel
never,
Crossing, we spent a lot of time.
not a
on.
public hearing. There's no public hearing requirement for finding statements. There wasn't one on Chappaqua Crossing.
Well, Ed, do you remember having, I don't, maybe you weren't the council then.
I may make some clarifications on Chapel Crossing. That was continual amendments to the project which caused supplemental environmental impact statements to be produced and supplemental finding statements to be produced. And with each amendment that was made, a public hearing was required regarding the plans and the changes they wanted to make.
Right, there was one SEIS in 2013, and after that, based on project changes, there probably were 5 or 6 documents prepared that were amendments that explained why further environmental review was not necessary with respect to particular project changes.
So I think, Rob, I think Ed and Sabrina addressed your question, and we also had public engagement when we were not required to for the past part of this process. So I just, again, we're going to finish up at 10 o'clock, so.
Okay, but look, I just listened. The idea, every time you come back to, we weren't required to. Yeah, the New York State law, I guess, is very good at protecting things, but what's the right thing to do? And this is a bigger project than we've ever undertaken. Sabrina's comment before was, we don't have a crystal ball. I get it, we don't have a crystal ball. And that's one of the reasons why I think a lot of people want to see, including the school board, wants to see different types of thresholds. We should discuss those things as a community. I was not prepared that this was how the process was going to turn, where the finding statement was going to come out and it was going to be discussed about whether these thresholds were adequate or not. Now, you obviously, I guess, probably have the right under law to take that right, to take that ability away from the public, but it's not the right thing to do.
Thank you, Rob. I think we've shared a lot, so an opportunity, so thank you, Rob. Can I have whoever's next, please?
Victoria Tip, please unmute yourself.
Oh, good evening, everyone. Thanks for taking my call. Speaking as a resident and individual school board member, and I just wanted to state for the record that there were 2 other requests that the school district made. The one that you discussed, it sounded like that was the only request regarding notice of residential development and an estimate of proposed school-age children, but there were 2 other requests, and it sounded like the school district had not made them. So I just want to remind you of those requests, one of which was to include a requirement that any proposal having more than a certain number of units undergo a site-specific SECRA process that would address significant impacts to the CCSD. And this requirement could be applied to developments that exceed the public school-age children multiplier in the FGEIS. So that was one of them. And the second one was to add language to the finding statements and the form-based code that regulates the pace of development. You assume that development would be evenly spread over a 15-year build-out period. While there's no assurance of this, the town board could control the pace of development by creating pauses in the build-out and requiring further study as the development progresses. And you could put appropriate thresholds for maximum development, for instance, based on reaching a certain number of residential units or a certain number of new students in the CCSD or a certain geographic percentage of development. And you could include an automatic moratorium on new development once those thresholds are reached. And I'll just simply add that we did say the school district remains available to discuss these issues with the town board and will continue to work with the town board to ensure that proposed development does not negatively impact the quality of our public schools. So I wanted to add that for the record, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
To Vicky's point, didn't we also talk about putting in thresholds simply that there are not as many open permits issued so as to minimize impacts to our merchants so they don't need to go through an entire town that's, dug up? At any given time, we had talked about staggering any open permits so that the entire town wouldn't be under construction at once, assuming that this was applied to more than North Greeley. But even as it relates to North Greeley, that would be detrimental if the entire North Greeley was under development at once. That would be very detrimental to existing merchants even on that street.
Ed, is there an existing, or Sabrina, as the code exists now, if there was multiple developments at one particular time with multiple build-outs, is there something that would stop that from happening?
Just the planning board potentially, right?
It depends on the type of development.
Right.
Meaning?
Meaning the planning board doesn't review all building change, all building permits in the hamlet. It really depends on whether or not they're changing the use, or if the use is more intensive, or previous approval requires continual review by the planning board.
But that would be a mitigating factor that would help protect our merchants, which would maintain vitality in our downtown hamlet, which I think is one of the tenets of the comprehensive plan.
So is it possible to add that to the legislation, or is it more part of the finding statement? I'm just trying to clarify what is doable here.
Something that we could look at to add to the legislation. I just don't know that there's data in the environmental record that gets us there.
Okay.
But wouldn't that you wouldn't put that in the finding statement as a mitigating factor of something that could be done?
Yeah, but I think conceptually, yes. I just don't, off the top of my head, and this is something we'll talk about internally with Kimberly Horn, I don't know that we have a factual basis, an informational basis in the environmental record that speaks to that need, that supports the need to choke down somehow the issuance of building permits.
Well, no, because they're just general statements in there that say it's not going to happen.
I don't think there's...
Yeah, we can look at it. There are general statements in there that, it's to the effect that the likelihood that you get simultaneous building permit applications across a wide area is not the history. It's just not what we see.
Right. So I would think it would be in that, okay, a way to make sure that that's true as a mitigation is to put in a threshold.
Let us talk about that and come up with some ideas and come back to you next week.
I'm thinking that, this becomes significant where we have a project that covers significant area in multiple areas of the hamlet, right? So again, if we're applying this to the whole study area, you may be able to tolerate a large initiative or even more than one large initiative on North Greeley. But if there was expansion of zoning and you had something on North Greeley and something on South Greeley and something on the hill and something at the top of the hill all at the same time, right, that would be undesirable.
Yeah, you'd see potentially traffic impacts. I think it's important to distinguish that type of construction from the construction that we saw in 2017 to 2019, right? I mean, it's not tearing up a street.
Right, right.
The work is going to be contained to private property for the most part.
You're gonna follow
I'm
up?
happy to think about it. I'm just thinking about like what's a scenario there where it's not isolated, and maybe that's where it impacts multiple conduits.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And we just need to consider too, because there's a moratorium on gas hookups, that if somebody is going to build they're either, depending on what sort of HVAC system they're going to be able to utilize, may require either hooking into an existing line or having to excavate for an oil tank or for other types of, geothermal energy, whatever it is, it may impact more than we think.
Understood.
All right, so it's 9:59. I'll take one
Well,
more.
that was me
This-
talking.
no.
Can I
Yes,
please?
let's finish up here.
Bef- Sorry, before, just to finish
hi.
just hold on just a second just to finish the thought on this. So I'm just thinking about like street disruptions. Can it be defined around interruptions of traffic or disruptions of traffic flow secondary to construction activity? I'm not really sure if they have to block a lane, right?
Yeah, but for the entire project, you're talking about?
Yeah, I
because you
don't
shouldn't
know.
be-
I'm just trying to think about where this rises to a level that requires a threshold in the finding statement. Like, what are the circumstances that would result in that, right? Because if it's construction on private property and it's contained to the private property, then we could tolerate. But where it's a lane the road that's ripped up to facilitate installation of utilities or something, and we have multiple throughout the community, that is a problem.
Even there, though, if you're talking about a sidewalk that has to be excavated, they bridge the sidewalk, and the development department, and Sabrina can speak to this, I mean, they see this, they do this. There's a traffic maintenance plan that would be put in place to the extent that any kind of parking or traffic's going to be disrupted. There are things that the department is very adept at doing. So I just don't know if we have. We'll look at it.
Okay,
We'll come back
I
to
mean,
you
I
with
think
ideas.
you're just kind of working through scenarios, and it's where you have. I'm certain that we have methods, right, for maintaining the flow of traffic around construction. It's just whether there's a point at which enough areas are requiring those mitigation efforts that it is, shuts everything down.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but it needs to be in the finding statement, I think, not the enacting legislation, because you want it to be applicable to the whole 72-acre area.
Understood.
I would say that that information is the techniques, the traffic and maintenance, the protection and maintenance of traffic plans that are required for certain developments. That's all done through the building permit process. If you're looking at a temporal staging of one development over another in certain areas, so you don't have a cumulative impact, that's different. We don't do that right now.
That's what I was talking about, the cumulative impact.
Shane, you wanna-
Hi, Suzanne Chase, and I want to say, first of all, I'm happy you're talking about thresholds, because I think there hasn't been enough discussion on this. I think that's, the devil is in the details. And like, Councilmember Katz said before, when she talked about how when you do this 0.5 acres, you eliminate the planning board, and that basically would mean that you could develop all of one side without involving the planning board. I think you really need to rethink that threshold. I think that the school board's comment about thinking about thresholds, about development and regarding the children in the school district. And I also want to say that, I realize right now you're saying you can't make decisions about how many one bedrooms versus how many two. But my fear is, I've already seen this happen in Armonk, where a developer comes in, says he's going to build a bunch of one bedrooms, then he's going to build some two bedrooms, then he turns around and says, oops, I don't think I can build any one bedrooms. And before you know it, many of your units may be front loaded, so that you have the 963 as your whole, but before you know it, you may get a greater percentage than you thought just even on North Greeley, just because if you have a whole bunch of units and you're saying that's our top end. So again, thresholds. If you can't, I would love to see you find some way to limit bedroom units right from the get-go. So that's one of my concerns. Another one of my concerns, and maybe I've misunderstood this, but I know at one point, Councilmember Morton mentioned that 3 stories on the east side, you were gonna have no retail. Maybe I misunderstood that. Are you now saying 3 stories on the east side, but there will be a guaranteed retail on the first floor? Because I know originally you were talking about 3 stories, but no retail.
I think we've been talking through possibilities. We haven't written the legislation yet. I think we're, it is my perception that there is a robust desire for a commercial first floor.
Yeah, because
But again, we have not written the
I would strongly
legislation yet.
say this is a retail hamlet, and that any building that doesn't have retail on the first floor is doing a disservice to our community. So I would feel that I'm all for you doing the 3 stories instead of 4 stories on that side, but I'm absolutely against it if you turn around and make the first floor not retail.
But again, I'm sorry to interrupt, that should be in the finding statement, correct,
Yeah,
Ed?
that's probably true.
Not just the legislation.
Right, because again, if you're going to apply it outside of that section, my feelings are the same whether you do it on the North Greeley or you do it on King Street or anywhere. In that whole area, even going towards the train station, I wouldn't want to see no retail on the first floor. The other thing is, I know you mentioned earlier leasing town parking, and we have that big parking lot across from Susan Lawrence, and my big fear is that the way you get around the problems in the parking, and we all admit that that's probably one of the major linchpins of this thing, is that we don't have any parking, is by simply leasing out that parking that us residents use now to somebody to build a building. And so we lose that parking, and I realize you lease it and the town makes the money, but I don't benefit from it. Everybody who goes to Susan Lawrence doesn't benefit. Somebody who goes to, Le Jardin doesn't benefit. So I have a real problem with, the big thing I have a problem with in this general is that it's a battle plan. And a battle plan works until the first shot's fired.
Yeah.
And so the battle plan works great until you actually have a developer, because that developer is going to do what he wants to do. And if he comes along and he says, I don't have the parking, and now you're in the pressure of something, he's going to say, can I lease that lot? And next thing you know, we residents suffer because our lot's gone.
So my response to that, and Sabrina, tell me right, or, if I'm wrong, he's not or she's not going to be able to build until there's a corroboration and proof that they will have parking, so he can or she can't come say, I'm going to build this, oops, I don't have parking, now town, give me parking, and the town is going to then strip residents of the right to park and have no concern there's going to be pushback and where are we going to put these
But
residents.
you
So
did
we have
mention
two
leasing the
thresholds.
parking lot.
Right. So if you lease that's something, think about it rationally, Suzanne. And I think there's so much of the sky is falling, very legitimate questions, but there's some that are just, in my view, that are out there. What developer, are you going to spend money on a project, millions of dollars, not knowing if you can have parking and hope that this town
And
does it?
Jeremy,
It's just-
the
hold on.
town,
So,
okay.
hold on. So that is why, from a practical perspective, it's not going to happen. But from a real perspective, it can happen because Sabrina will tell you, you have to have parking in advance.
Okay, so you're saying that be practical, Suzanne, you wouldn't spend money on building a building without parking, but you guys spent 1/3 of the money from Summit Greenfield for a
can't.
plan that now you're saying you don't know where the parking is.
That's not what we're
So-
saying at
so
all.
be rational.
That's Suzanne, you're distorting it. So I don't have to go back and forth because that's just simply wrong. But Sabrina will tell you again, you have to have parking set up in advance. You can't just build and say, okay, let me find the parking.
Well, what I'm asking for is I'm asking for the town board to make sure that they're not leasing away our parking.
Of
I'm
course.
saying that's what I'm hearing. If that's not going to be true, I would really like to see it in writing, that you're not going to turn around and lease our parking that belongs to our community to a
I
private
can't,
developer.
none of us can, no matter whether there's a form-based code or not, Suzanne, and tell me if I'm wrong, Ed, whether we didn't even have this, I can't say, and Lisa and Lauren and Lori can't say, town board in 2025, you cannot do X.
I understand, but if you
So
didn't have the form-based code, we wouldn't be discussing the
You
problem.
could put it in a finding statement to say the parking toolbox shall not be used
That's,
to
Thank you.
lease public
Thank you.
land.
I'd love that.
That would
Why
be,
can't you?
that would be a ridiculous, in my opinion, conclusion, because then you are stripping the town, then you're sincerely wasting your time, and you're stripping the town the ability to maximize its assets, to find potentially something that benefits the community out of
But
some
now you're talking
fear.
out of both sides of your mouth, because you're saying
So-
you wouldn't do it, but then you're saying
You're
don't
not-
take
no,
it away
no,
because
no.
you might do it.
You're missing, you're distorting again what I'm saying, because that's not what I'm saying. I am saying that no town board would merely just go and lease let me rephrase that. No developer would come in to take property and build a property without being able to have parking. So that wouldn't happen. Then the next step is, if a town board down the road wants to lease property, they have to get public involved, because there's a right to a permissive referendum.
We go back
So
to the
it's not-
permissive
it's not-
referendum, and
it's
that is
not gonna
the,
happen.
don't
Right,
get me on the
Suzanne,
permissive
Suzanne,
referendum, please.
Suzanne, you're creating storylines that will not exist. So let's leave it here. Sabrina, can you just answer once and for all, instead of me going back and forth and dancing? Answer this question.
A project will not be allowed unless they can demonstrate they can provide the required parking.
Without using town land parking.
Right now, the town land, discussion of town land remains with the town board at the time that somebody is interested in using it. We are nowhere near close being able to decide whether or not town land can be used.
Because North Greeley is prime for this. I mean, this wouldn't be as big a problem if we were talking about some other part of the town. We have a major parking lot that's town-owned, and we have the North Greeley is the one you're going to be developing. So right there.
North Greeley parking lot is used on a daily basis. I do not see an applicant looking to lease any land, any spots in that parking lot.
And number two, the lots there have the ability to park.
Well,
So-
it remains to be seen when we
okay.
see what size the buildings
Right,
are.
it wouldn't be approved if it couldn't park. So we're going in circles, Suzanne. We're creating a storyline that doesn't exist.
I don't think we're going in circles. I think already several people tonight have brought out the notion that a lot of threshold discussion still needs
Okay,
to happen.
all right, I
That this is a battle plan. When the shots are fired, you want to have all these things in place, and you don't.
Okay.
And that the school board says you need some thresholds. Other people have been saying you need some thresholds. I'm saying the same. Please
Understood.
put in these thresholds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so
Should we see if anyone else is on?
next step. No, I think that we're now at 10:10.
I mean, I don't mind hearing from residents.
Ed, so what's the next step?
Next step is the board is going to circulate and send to Sabrina its comments on both the finding statement and the draft legislation. You've given us some homework to do before your next meeting with respect to things like the pace of development. So we'll come back to you with some thoughts and ideas on that next Tuesday night. We'll workshop this again.
All right, let me.
Do we,
let me-
I mean, we don't want to hear from residents?
Ca-
Like,
Carrie,
are
just
there
tell
any
me,
more online?
Carrie, how many people are on?
There's one more person.
Absolutely. Bring them in, please, or her.
Okay. Warren Gottlieb, please unmute yourself.
Hi, Jeremy. I just wanted to say a couple of things. First of all, can you all hear me?
Yep,
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay. First of all, just listening to Suzanne's statement reminds me of the great quote from Mike Tyson. Everyone has a great plan until they get punched in the mouth. And, this entire endeavor reminds me of that quote because essentially, in my opinion, what you're doing is you're tying the town's arms behind its back, and the punch is going to be thrown by private developers. But in any case, what I really wanted to say quickly is a few things. I wasn't going to say anything tonight, but having watched a good portion of this, I really find that the interrupting of people is really upsetting to watch. You do it to each other, and you're doing it to residents. And I don't, the shutting down of people like that is really not a good example to set. And it's sad, it's very sad to see as a resident.
Thank you, Warren.
It has become apparent to me, some time ago, but it's further cemented tonight that 3 of the 4 of you seem to have some contempt for all of us. And so sadly, in my opinion, so do some of the other people on the stage. I really don't know what you believe your role is here, but I can assure you what it's not. It's not to insult residents. It's not to steamroll them. It's certainly not to lecture them. I certainly don't need I don't need a law brief I've practiced law for 25 years. And I don't take it personally, but I've just come to see that, and much to, with great sadness, that I just kind of can't believe that this is what you guys have become. But when you're doing this to the likes of Roger Klepper, forget me. Jeremy, I know you hate my guts. You've made it very clear, and I don't take it personally. But,
I've never made it clear.
Excuse me, I'm not done.
Excuse me, you're making
Excuse me.
statements, so I just ask you to
Excuse
be
me,
accurate.
I'm finishing.
You certainly can, sir.
Stop interrupting. You
Yes,
had your
sir.
time to talk for hours.
Yes, sir. Continue, please.
When you're doing it to the likes of Roger Klepper, who is probably about as straight a shooter as you're going to find in this town, Lauren, Jeremy, Lori, you're doing it wrong, okay? Those are not people who are your enemies. They're your constituents, and you're not treating them well. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Gottlieb. All right.
So, let me just add that next week, next Tuesday, we're going to workshop this again. But the legislation, we have talked about some small changes, but our sense is that it's close to final form, subject to some tweaks. There's nothing that's going to that I'm hearing or seeing that's going to be new and different than what, dramatically new and different than what we already have in draft. So what I'm suggesting and what the schedule contemplates is a resolution to start the referral process, to take the code with whatever amendments that we make between now and next Tuesday night, we of course incorporate, but send that version out to Westchester County, to the Newcastle Planning Board, get that referral process started.
So the referral process starts before we accept make a findings declaration.
It can. My sense is that the legislation is far enough along to start that process. But you can't, to your point, you cannot obviously take the action, can't actually vote on the legislation until the findings statement is accepted.
And we want to refer that before we accept it.
Well, it's a 30-day period. So, again, since the legislation, I think, is at a point where it's ready to be referred, start the process, get it out to the other agencies, and continue your work with respect to the finding statement.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't talk about the legislation tonight. I thought we weren't doing that yet. I mean, I do have changes, and there are things that we discussed that aren't yet reflected in there. So I think if that's what you want to do, I think we need to take a look at the legislation. I didn't think we were talking about that tonight, and while I had a few questions on it, I haven't done a deep dive in it because we were talking about the finding statement.
Okay, is that something that you want to include in this written comment?
Not by Monday. I'm sorry, I thought we were only doing the finding statement, so I didn't look at it. I don't know that I'm gonna have a chance to get to it before Monday, the whole entire legislation, which is a significant amount of pages.
I misunderstood. I thought we were doing the legislation
Yes,
for
draft
Monday.
legislation and finding statement for the form-based code.
Yeah, they were both on the agenda.
Yeah, I mean, I have them here, but, okay, I mean, I'll go through it, but there are things in here that are not reflected, that should be reflected in the legislation.
Well, we'll prepare a resolution, and hopefully we're there, and if not, we'll deal with it.
And the resolution is to refer it to.
Simply that, yeah.
Got it.
Can I ask a question about I have a question about the legislation, and that is around the structure for affordable and workforce. Because I feel like we hadn't talked about what the AMI should be, how we would build in the balance between the two, and had floated a number of ideas. So I don't know that we had landed on a proposal. So I guess I'm hoping for a little clarification then for what's in here. And maybe we could just talk about that piece before we close.
Yeah, that's a good one to unpackage a little bit. I'll start and then hand it over to Sabrina. Right now, the proposed form-based code is leaning on the definitions that are already in the town code with respect to AFFH, that's 60% AMI. Similarly, it's leaning on the definition of workforce housing that's already in the town code. Now, the AMI limits there are a little bit more complicated because it's measured 3 different ways. AMI is just one. It also looks to the median income, and I'll get this a little bit wrong, but basically it's a little bit broader. It's looking at median income of town employees, school employees, just trying to take different slices, if you will, and getting to the AMI benchmarks a slightly different way, and those range based on household size. I believe it goes up to 100% if I'm not mistaken, but maybe Sabrina can help me out here. I think well, Sabrina, in terms of the AMI, obviously it scales up and is higher than the AFFH. I believe it starts at 80.
Workforce starts at 80%. When we did the additional analysis, when the West Group put their analysis together, they looked at all the different categories of affordability that we had talked about. We took the requirements, the standard requirements for AFFH that are in our single-family zoning districts right now, and then we required the mix of workforce so that we did not get a single-income building, and we could have a mix of incomes to resemble the cupola building. And we did a 1-for-1 because we felt that was reasonable.
So Sabrina, so just to have an example to work from then,
Sure.
if we were talking about a building that had 100 units for the sake of a round number.
Demonstration.
And
100
easy
units.
percentages. So of 100 units, 10 would be affordable and 10 would be workforce, and then the balance could be what the property owner wanted.
Correct.
Okay.
For every single building? Over 10 units?
Yes.
Okay, so that's,
It's a 1-for-1 ratio
Okay.
for all buildings that are 10 units or greater.
and then what would we use for buildings that were less than 10 units?
They
Is
only
there a-
provide one, and we would require that to be an AFFH unit.
One,
What affordable?
so one affordable, 60%, at 60%, or,
That's 60%.
60, not 80.
That's typically what's provided,
okay.
unless you're looking at a completely affordable project.
Right.
What is the conifer?
I want to say conifer is 50 and 60. I don't know that offhand. But I believe it's 50 and 60.
Sabrina, I thought we had discussed, and tell me if I'm wrong, that you couldn't have well, maybe Ed was telling me, and I apologize if I'm misstating this, Ed. Ed, that because we're looking for mixed type of housing, incorporating affordable and workforce, you could not have an entire building solely affordable.
That's the way the proposed legislation is written, yes.
And that's where that's where the mix comes in, and the requirement for 50% of the building to be market rate.
Okay, because I misunderstood what you had just said, Sabrina. Okay, thank you.
It's at a minimum of 50%, correct? At least 50% has to be market rate.
At least 50%, yes.
Okay.
But they have to comply with the affordability requirement, so.
I get it, but it couldn't be solely affordable, or solely workforce. It would have to be mixed.
Correct.
So Sabrina, when we're talking about the east side of North Greeley, where our opportunities for unit number in general would be low numbers of units because they're tiny lots. What do we think about the viability of the commercial first floor commercial requirement, and AMI set at 60.
So the most
And
of
total
that,
stories capped at 3.
so if you look at the extent of the commercial requirement, it goes from the corner of King Greeley and it stretches to the utility building. So both of the properties that it fronts, except for those located, the dry cleaner that is on King and Greeley, that, it is going to be a very long time till retail is developed there.
Got it.
The rest of that North Greeley corridor is not required retail.
Okay, thanks. That's
Wait,
right.
can you
So-
say that again? What is not required retail?
So if you look at the regulating plan
This
for
is,
North Greeley,
Page 10.
the required retail area extends from, from King Street
Mm-hmm.
across town property and just beyond the utility building.
So not
It
all the
stops-
way up to Bischoff, not the whole extent of the form-based code area?
Correct. That's not to say they couldn't have commercial use on the first floor or retail use on the first floor, but it's not required.
Oh, okay. So we're allowing activating uses there?
No, we are not allowing
No.
activating uses at all.
That would be, we would not be requiring, in those northern, northeastern
The
lots,
north
then
north
could be
corridor
fully
property.
residential. They could be fully
Could be-
residential.
They absolutely could.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
that's because of the
Okay.
furthest extent out from the district.
They're not considered part of the commercial core.
Got it.
But they're
Okay.
commercial now, a lot of them. There's a hair
Correct.
salon, a gym. So
Correct.
we're saying those can go and we can just require residential.
There's no determination as to whether or not it is required retail or required residential. The mixed use is allowed to stay and can even be expanded.
Or eliminated.
The owner of the property determines whether or not they want to eliminate it.
But it could be eliminated.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And is that how it is now?
What do you mean, is that how it is?
In
now?
those buildings? Could they be fully residential now?
In the BR zone, they have to have commercial use on the first floor.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they obtain a use variance from the ZBA, which are very hard to come by.
Sabrina, aren't there just straight residential homes on the other side of the,
Yes, there are.
oh, okay. So, and that, they're in the BR
But they
district?
predate zoning.
Ah, okay.
So is this when we're supposed to discuss this? I guess. So I mean, my view is that we should actually require retail, that whole North Greeley Avenue area.
I don't object to 3 stories being residential. And I've said that initially I would consider 3 stories residential. I think it makes it more viable. I think for development, and when I say development in terms of upgrading, but in terms of what exists now, again, you're assuming that to get there, all of these multiple property owners sell their lots to build something much larger, and I think that's a big leap.
Wait, why are we making that assumption? You could put 3 stories now.
I get it, but you're not, if you're already at 3 stories or 2 stories, you're certainly not knocking over your 3-story building that you currently own to put another 3-story building up. If you have a 2-story building already, you might go up to add residential to that 3rd story. But you're gonna knock over a 2-story building to build it as a current owner to build a 3-story building?
No, but I guess I don't understand why you said it's not gonna happen because they'd have to combine lots.
Well, what I mean by that, I shouldn't say, I'm sorry if that came out the wrong way. What I mean by that is, if you're a current owner and there's three-story buildings there already, like, for example, if you look behind 149, there's three-story buildings on North Greeley. So you believe they're gonna knock over the three-story building to rebuild another three-story building in its place?
No, my point was that we should require retail on the ground floor.
Stops here.
Yeah, and in some spots we do.
Right, I was saying we're supposed to be discussing it now, so I was saying I would like retail the entire span.
Yep, I mean, I don't have an overwhelming objection either way. But I will say I don't have an objection with keeping it or maintaining residential. Because one of the concepts in the comprehensive plan is that we want mixed use and different types of housing. That's what this is going to provide. But it's not ignoring retail, it's allowing for retail. Not throughout the whole corridor, but it's helping create housing that we don't have now.
Right, but it would anyway. I'm not saying you gotta, like, if there's an existing residential building now that predated zoning, as Sabrina just said, we're not gonna require them to put in zoning, to put in commercial, obviously. But if a new building is coming in, or they wanna put on or whatever they wanna do under the form-based code, they would put commercial on the bottom and 2 floors on top, or if you're on North Greeley, if you're on the other side, the way this is written, 3 stories on top.
So, again, I don't have an objection keeping it residential. I see the point of retail. I don't necessarily have an objection to retail either. I'm not saying no. What I'm saying is I don't have an objection to keeping it residential. But I see the point of retail. I'm not against retail.
But I don't know about requiring retail all the way up past the post office.
Well, I think
No,
when you
not
start going
past the
past post office, that's clearly outside of that corridor in terms
Right.
of the business. I think that should be residential.
Right.
That's
Right,
far
that's
enough
not
north.
part of the
So what is
study
that issue
area.
here, I think, is how far up North Greeley we want the commercial
Right.
zone to extend.
Sabrina, the study area ends at the post office.
1 block past the post office.
Right, 1
I
block
am-
past the post
I am
office.
working on getting you a map, so I can share a map with you to show you, okay?
Goes to Bishop.
It goes up to Bischoff, right?
It goes up to Bishop. It's
Yeah.
on page
Okay, yeah,
9.
so that's 1 block past the
Page
post
9 and
office.
10.
Hang on a minute.
It goes up to the ambulance corps, right? Isn't that Bishop? That corner? Yeah.
Yeah.
Past the post office.
Hang on.
Yeah, 1 block
Past
past.
the post office.
Yep. So I would at least, actually, I would at least want to require retail up to the post office. After the post office, then you're getting into Chestnut Oaks
Yes,
and the neighborhood. I definitely think no there.
I think that is fair, and again, to my point before, I don't have an objection either way, but certainly once you go north, that far north, it should be residential.
Yeah, once you're past the post office, I agree. It should be residential.
So Sabrina, the way that I'm looking at this now, right, on the page 10 map or the page, the 123 of the packet.
I'm pulling it up right now, Lori, just a second. I want to share it so everyone can look at it.
Okay. I can be descriptive in the meantime.
Okay, go ahead.
So it's, so that extent of the commercial zone goes maybe 1/3 of the way into the Rite Aid property.
Yep.
So if they did, let's work with the full build-out assumption, right? And they fully built out that lot. Does that just mean that the first 1/3 of their building would have a commercial requirement and the second 2/3 would not
Correct,
on the street frontage?
correct.
So does that mean that the entire first floor would have to be commercial?
No. No, it does not.
Okay.
No, it means that they would design a building that had that portion of that building in as first floor retail.
Got it.
And you also have to understand, the retail format is changing, where it's more it could be more kiosk-based, so it doesn't have to be as deep as the whole building. It could be a 3/4 of the building deep, and they could park behind it. You know, there's all sorts of renditions as how you could occupy that first floor portion as retail, even though it's not the entire length of the property.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly can imagine that in that spot in particular, preserving back ground floor territory for them to have parking would be super important to facilitate the whole project. So, you know, so it's not entirely clear to me what is the magic distance here. So could we get maybe a little insight on how the map was drafted?
So Bonnie, do you think Eric could answer that?
Yeah, I don't know if Eric is still on, but I do think that though he had specific distances from the core that made sense for the retail to be a requirement.
Okay, that's just kind of based on like urban planning principles?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'll ask him the specific question.
Okay.
I'm gonna stop sharing unless you folks want me to keep this up.
I'm okay. I mean, I'm fine.
You can look at me instead. Life size.
So what I suggest is it's late. We should keep on continuing this both on email and next week. And we can, because
Yeah.
there's so much, there's still things to cover.
Yeah, but this was the issues I was talking about, that I felt like we haven't had discussion on certain things in here, that I wanted to make sure we were having those discussions, not just being told what the thresholds are, but actually discussing them.
Right, and then with respect to the legislation, other than this issue that we've talked about just now, are there other, and it's just so we can set the agenda for the next work session and action items, are there areas that the board feels that need more attention than others in the legislation?
At this point, it's just kind of key for me, because I don't want us to layer in on small lots with the 3-story limit too many layered in restrictions on the property that will make it intractable for use.
Corey, I see that Eric is still here. He might be able to answer your question about the retail.
Great. So let me finish my thought, and then maybe he can give us some thoughts on that. So, you know, so where the lots get small, further up the road and further away, and we have so we have small lots, 3-story cap, affordable requirement, having the commercial requirement as well, seems problematic if the intent is to inspire investment. So something's got to give there. Whether that's, you know, one of the things that we had talked about in the past was, you know, where we have the lower heights, the smaller lots, we could consider a higher AMI for the affordable requirement. That could be a variable we change, right? Sticking with the commercial zone definition as mapped now, certainly would help provide some relief there. But having all of the elements in place at once, I think, is restrictive.
Is Eric still on? Oh, there he is.
I am. So in regards to the question about the retail, in my experience, retail is one of the trickiest land uses. And so there have been times when jurisdictions have wanted to have retail in a particular area, but the market just wouldn't support it. It wouldn't support it because it wouldn't support that much total amount of retail. There just aren't enough rooftops to support it, or because the parking demand is so much higher with retail, especially with restaurants, for example, that they just couldn't accommodate that much parking. And so we try to be very judicious, I'll say, about where you require retail as opposed to where you permit retail. So for example, on Greeley, it's permitted anywhere if someone wants to have it, but we were trying to avoid, trying to really limit to the kind of most important area where retail is absolutely required.
Yeah, the concern is, the concern is there has to be an acceptance of the fact that you may run the risk at some point of losing the current commercial that exists north of that area, if someone were to purchase it and build it out to 3 stories of residential, or if you keep it commercial, the concern is you're not going to see any development because it's going to be a burden to have potential 3 stories with a commercial and an AMI that's not going to make the numbers work.
Right. I mean, even in some jurisdictions that are highly urban, like really urban, served by metro, subway, there have been jurisdictions that have required retail on the ground floor. And so the property owners have built the space, and then the space sits vacant. They can't lease it out. And so typically we try to, again, just kind of minimize where it is or give kind of exceptions where it says, well, it's required, but if, after good faith efforts, no retail tenant has been found, then, then you don't have to, occupy that space with retail, and you can occupy it with some other type of use.
Well, that's problematic for a 3-story building, because if they left it vacant, they really would have difficulties.
Oh yeah,
earning a return.
absolutely. That's why we try to
That's why you're trying to minimize
try to
it.
kind of
Okay.
limit where you
Gotcha.
absolutely require it.
Gotcha, understood.
The financial analysis that was done in the FGIS, did that contemplate no retail over there? Bonnie?
Yeah, sorry, it wasn't really the purpose of that. That was just taking a typical project on, not a specific location in North Greeley.
Because if the goals, one of the goals of this form-based code was to bring vitality to the hamlet, I would have thought that that's something that would have been in a complete FGIS.
But it is, because it's still requiring commercial in certain locations, so it's not as if it's
But there's no
devoid.
financial analysis
Well,
done, is my
The typical
point.
project did have retail on the first floor and then residential. Was that the question?
Was it studied so that we can understand the implications financially to the town from a tax and otherwise perspective of no retail there?
Oh, well, Bonnie, you can correct me if I'm wrong. The square footage of retail that was studied was at least as much as there is today, right? And I think a little bit more.
Yes, actually, I'm gonna confirm that. The analysis was that we would not lose any retail that existed there today.
But if the point
then it
was to
showed
bring vitality,
That's one of, or sorry, finish, go ahead.
not requiring retail, to me, seems problematic.
It was based on the fact that we wanted to keep the existing retail that we have. And then there's 20,888 square feet of additional retail that was calculated as being included. So it was.
On town-owned land, is that where?
It was where there's currently no commercial or retail.
So, yes.
Right, so what they're studying is the maximum build-out, and that's what's being
Yes.
studied. So of course, that's inclusive.
But we're not gonna be if we're saying we're not selling town property, then, and we're now saying you don't have to keep your retail there, then we are losing retail.
Nobody's saying that town property won't be sold. What we were saying is that ultimately, there's gonna have to be a marriage at some point, should it ever happen, between the public and the private sector to make this a reality. And that's not a determination we're making today, because we're not rezoning the train station. A future town board
No,
can or
but,
cannot.
look, to just be fair to Lisa's point, we're talking about the map of North Greeley.
Right,
And she's comparing existing commercial to mapped commercial.
correct. But vitality is also measured in the fact that we're bringing in units that we
Yeah,
don't
for
have
sure.
now.
That's- I mean, this
and
is
more
a-
people
this-
here
yeah.
to use what we, or existing commercial we have, or retail that we have, and existing restaurants that we have, to make them thrive that much more and be that much healthier. So we're bringing people into the community with this mixed, diverse type of housing. That's a measurement of vitality as well. It's not just a matter of the number of stores.
It is, it is.
For sure. Okay. So, I think maybe we've gotten to the end of this topic for tonight.
But do we need to come to a conclusion, or we'll do that next week?
I mean, I don't see us coming to a conclusion right now. I mean, that's
Okay.
realistic.
All right, just in terms of where the discussion has been, I'm hearing that, and the consultant team can correct me if I'm wrong, but the recommendation from the consultant team is reflected in the regulating plan, page 10, is Tile 2, in terms of the extent of the retail. That represents the recommendation, balancing out all the things that we've just talked about with respect to permitting the retail versus requiring it, 3 stories. So I think it's up to the board now, accept that recommendation, augment it, and bring the retail farther up North Greeley, farther north. That's a decision that you'll have to
Right.
make.
Lauren, do you have a thought on this?
Honestly, I just want to walk North Greeley with the map and look at it, because I think looking at this piece of paper is just not helpful. And I think like having a real life demo would make a lot of sense, because looking at a map, like even though it says it's 100 yards, like how many footsteps is that? Like what does that really mean to someone who's actually walking downtown and shopping downtown? And I walk it a fair bit, so we'll probably do it tomorrow.
Yeah, and I've walked it too, you know, and I would encourage other town board members to walk it.
I think we've all walked North Greeley many times. I guess, you know, my concern is that it's much more profitable, I believe, for a developer to build a 100% retail building than it is to have to worry about commercial, or 100% residential building, I'm sorry, than to have to worry about retail. So if I were a developer, I'd want to make the most money out of my property, and if I'm not required to deal with commercial or retail, I'm not going to.
Right, and we're going in circles here, but I understand your point, and to some extent I agree with it, but at the same time, I don't object to having the residential, because that's what we want to do. Let's to develop in the hamlets where the infrastructure is, to provide diverse housing, new opportunities for different people at different financial levels, empty nesters, millennials, people who just want to move out. And it puts more people on the ground to make what we have existing that much healthier. But we also need to look to develop more retail, and that's what Eric's and Bonnie's plan has. It's just a matter of us deciding how much further, if at all, we want to extend it.
Okay, I'm going to say one last thing. If this is being applied initially to North Greeley, right, assuming it gets passed, we know that it's going to get applied there. We don't know necessarily that it's going to be applied anywhere else. So the implication could be that the only place that's being developed is North Greeley, in which case I don't want to reduce the retail there, because we can't guarantee it's going to be then built anywhere else.
But how can you make that? We'll never be able to make that guarantee. No one.
No, but that's why I don't want to remove it.
Right. I get it. I think it's good to take another walk and take a look at it. I'm not interested in a corridor of empty retail spaces that are brand
no one
new
is.
up by the post office. But you know, the magic distance, I can't really address tonight.
All right, so.
Can I make one comment?
Yeah.
The one thing, you know, typically what you find is that commercial rents are higher than residential rents, right? So if you're a building owner and you want to make more money, you'd rather have the commercial, but if you can't fill the space, then it doesn't really help you. Something to think about. Something we have proposed in other locations is that you design the first floor in a manner that it could accommodate commercial, that be a requirement. And then what happens after that is that if there's no market, it'll be residential or it'll be something else, right? But if there's a market for it, the property owner is going to naturally want to make it retail because he's just going to make more money that way. So that's another thing to consider.
That's helpful. Thank you, Eric.
If we are going to consider that, don't we need to put in thresholds then to say when has a landlord made his best efforts to lease it? Because right now we know that some of the vacant commercial properties are being offered at such astronomical lease prices that have no basis in reality that they're never going to get leased. And that's the intention because they want to be able to convert that to retail. So we need to then put in, residential, I'm sorry, I'm tired. So thank you. So I feel like then if we're going to do that, we need to put in a threshold to that defines when.
If you could do that.
Well, I think I think you can do it to private property, because if you're allowing them to say, if it doesn't work, commercial, I'm going to convert to residential, how are you then measuring that? What doesn't work?
So if I understood what Eric was describing, it was a design requirement that
Correct.
did not enforce a first floor commercial requirement. So they'd have to essentially pay to build it out as a commercial ready space, and then the market would determine for the property owner how they use that space.
Correct.
Of course. But I think what Lisa's point is, can we make that stay vacant commercial for a certain period of time? And I would think, if I'm understanding you correctly, and the answer I think would be no, but.
That's
Or
not
you
what
have
he
to
was
demonstrate that
proposing.
you're offering at a rent that's fair market value.
But you wouldn't have to, right? That's what this proposal is that it would not be in the commercial required zone, but it would be, the design standard would require a commercial design first floor with those height standards and window entry standards. And then the property owner could choose to rent it commercial, or they could choose to rent it residential. But it would still have to have like a commercial use compatible ceiling height, for example.
Yeah, but honestly, that proposal makes no sense to me, because you're going to build it out for something that you don't know is coming in. Whereas if you're required to build it in and you know you're leasing it to a restaurant, you're going to build it out for that restaurant. If you know you're leasing it to a retail store, you're going to build it out for a retail store. Just building it out for some unspecified thing may not bring in the desired tenants. I don't love that.
So let me
option.
suggest this again. And number one, I think Eric, I rely in large part on what Eric is sharing, and that he's done this before, whether it succeeds or not. But number two, I think everyone is kind of being not as productive as they could be. And we have these poor staff members and, who have done a Herculean huge job. I like that term, Herculean. But anyway, I think we should adjourn this. We're just not being that productive at this late at night.
I move to adjourn.
Well, let's figure out what we're doing first. We're just gonna. So we're gonna submit everything in terms of what we discussed. We're gonna put this over for Tuesday to continue these conversations. Even if we were to present a resolution, it's a resolution that goes to the county, correct?
It's a resolution that would refer the legislation to the county planning board and the Newcastle planning board.
Right.
You'd also typically set a date for a public hearing, which is out a ways, and on the schedule you have that date tentatively for November 16th. So
Ed, wouldn't you send that to all interested parties? So we wouldn't want to send that to the zoning
These are
board, to the.
no, these are statutory referrals. So you mentioned 6600. That's what we're following.
Got it.
All right, so I think whether we ultimately do that or not, I think we should just move forward in that towards that direction, and the town board will decide whether we want to continue these conversations, see how productive we are, but right now, we're just not productive.
Yeah, and some of these conversations will be informed by comments that you get during the public hearing, right, with respect to retail. You haven't, I mean, we've heard some comments during the secret process about that, but you're going to have a whole public hearing with respect to the legislation, and that's going to be very much on the table.
That's a great point, Ed. I think the whole thing is subject to edit, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So, so we don't have to resolve this.
Well, we do,
by
because
next
this
week.
goes in the finding statement, which is adopted before the legislation.
This outcome of this discussion does not have to be reflected in the finding statement. The finding statement will speak to these issues for sure, but exactly where you draw the line on the map, that's a legislation question.
But conceptually, it needs to be in there.
But I think
Not
you
the line, but conceptually, it needs to be in there in terms of this is the finding statement for the 72-acre form-based code, so it needs to be in there as to if we're requiring retail.
The information that I think you need to inform that decision, all of the headwinds that we've been talking about, planning, urban planning, I believe that that information is in the findings, in the FGIS, DGIS, and findings statement. I think you need to rely on that information and what you hear during a public hearing from, well, not just from the public, right, from the planning board, from all of that will inform your decision as to where to draw the line on the map with respect to the required retail. But again, all of the information that feeds that decision-making from an environmental standpoint is in the environmental record.
But I beg to differ, because the finding statement, we have to make a decision on the finding statement. There are thresholds in a finding statement. There are statements in a finding statement that then move on to legislation. And so if we just don't talk about it in there, then it's not informing our legislation and any future legislation. So I believe it absolutely has to be in the finding statement. These issues, the retail, what the definition of affordable housing is, what the definition of workforce housing, that has to be in here.
We haven't changed the definitions of those things, right? What we legislate has flexibility, so we have flexibility in the legislation. The substance of information that we're using to legislate from is not going to change.
Yeah, the way I would explain it is the finding statement is where you do that balancing, right? You've identified the areas of environmental concern, you've identified mitigation measures, you're going to do that balancing, and you're going to, the way it's drafted now, come out with a positive finding that the alternative D is the preferred action, and that can go forward subject to these mitigation measures. The policy decision as to where to require retail and where to draw that line and where to stop it is a question for the legislation.
But the mitigation measures are in there.
This is not a mitigation measure.
I think it is. Not the line, but the concept of what are we requiring retail or are we not requiring retail? And then drawing the line of where that's gonna be is.
That's the legislation.
The line is the legislation.
All right, I think I'm gonna rely on Ed's assessment as counsel. Adjourning this to next Tuesday, submitting by, hopefully before Monday at 12 o'clock for Sabrina, and potential resolution, and that's where we are.
Right.
Okay?
I'm comfortable with the draft legislation being used for that resolution next week.
Okay.
So anyone want a motion to?
I move to adjourn the work session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everybody. Profusely thank you, everybody.
Yes, thank you.
Night.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.